All right, we're good. You want me to pull up the? Are you live on yours?
Yeah.
It's good.
Let me see. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right. So YouTube is live. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cams. Judge Carol Weimer, the presiding judge, is under a microscope. Now, a lot of people ask me, why is the title of your podcast, The Presiding Judge, Under a Microscope? What are we talking about? When was the last time that you are putting the judge under a microscope? Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Is that 2.5 years into this case, the presiding judge allows prosecutor Sarah Sammy to say whatever she wants, regardless of the evidence. Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, he allows her to proffer. She tells it, proffer is when you tell the judge, Muhammad, proffer is when you tell the judge, Your Honor, I have the evidence to what I'm saying. And then you find out that one,
But both sides have to agree. So the defense and the prosecutor have to agree on what's in the proffer.
absolutely. And then you find out.
Not the case here.
And then you absolutely not the case here. And then you find out that what she's proffering over falsified police reports, and then witnesses, statements that have been falsified, material facts from this case that have been falsified and altered.
Like flat out false.
Judge Carol Weimer, for 2.5 years, there is home videos that are not introduced into the record. You're charging Mustafa with premeditated, the highest crimes in the country. M1. Mustafa's charged with M1. Now, premeditated. You're telling me in what case, in what world, that you have Google Nest videos in the apartment and the Commonwealth attorney are not interested? I mean, 2.5 years later, you can't introduce this evidence on the record. You're saying that Mustafa abused his family. Mustafa hates his family. You're charging him with premeditated. Now, I wonder why they're so terrified of the Google Nest video. Is it possible? You're going to cut off my mic? No, I think you cut off your mic. Yeah, I can still hear myself. The Google Nest video inside the apartment shows completely opposite from what the prosecutor litigates in courts. It contradicts her whole entire narrative that this is premeditated, that Mustafa hates his family, and we're going to go into the details. And we're releasing the Google Nest videos inside the apartment. But my question is, as a prosecutor, as a Commonwealth attorney, are you not interested in the details of this case? You want to tell me that you're going to charge someone with premeditating this, but you're going to look the other way from the Google Nest video? Is it maybe it's going to contradict and show that you've lied about Mustafa? Well, you tell me. I'm going to show you the Google Nest video. I'm going to let you hear what the prosecutor in court says. Unfortunately for this prosecutor, I think you cut off my mic.
Yeah, but only on YouTube.
See what I'm dealing with? Now I can hear myself. And if I can't hear myself, it's a problem. One thing that I love to do that people will tell you, this guy loves to hear himself. Absolutely. Look at what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, I heard you everything you said all the way up to the Google Nest and the prosecutor and showing him in court. So it's definitely, if it got cut off somewhere else,
Yes, ma'am.
Here we are good.
Sassy, thank you, ma'am. You know, I'll tell you, this prosecutor is terrified because, one, I have every audio from every proceeding. It's a problem for the prosecutor because when I have the audio and then I have the file, so now we can actually litigate this over the internet and you get to hear what they're doing behind closed doors. You don't have to sit here and speculate. Did this really happen? Is the brother really telling the truth? Is it his word against the Commonwealth attorney? No, I have the whole thing. So we're going to hear what this prosecutor is claiming in court, and we're going to watch those body cams. We're going to go over the documents, and you tell me if Judge Carol Weimer has been impartial in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I mean, and this goes back to the title of the podcast. Why is this podcast called Judge Carol Weimer Under the Microscope?
I'll point out. You know how you said that that one image with Dorothy's door open.
Yeah.
Now you look at the warrant that they wrote up for the dash cam.
Yeah.
The warrant says any and all videos from this dash camera from April 5th, right? This is, we know that this is a 64 gigabyte SD card that's in the dash camera. And when you look at the files from that they've put in evidence.com, they've excluded almost half the files. For example,
I'm gonna pull up the image now. It doesn't. That subpoena is for April 5th. The vehicle
not
access.
subpoena, the warrant.
Okay, the warrant.
The warrant that they issued for the dash cam was for all videos from April 5th specifically.
So why is Mustafa's dash camera
First of
being
all-
uploaded only after, I believe, 1 o'clock?
First of all, you don't find it interesting that they're claiming this is a double homicide, but they're not interested in all the files of his dash camera. They're only putting out a warrant for only April 5th.
That's right.
They're not-
When you open the server, when you open the police department server, when you open this file, Mustafa's dash camera, Mustafa has a large SD card in his dash camera. It's a Rexon dash camera. It saves that day and it saves the days before
And it
the
starts-
before. It's a 64 gigabyte dash camera, so it's going to save it's going to save previous days.
It's on continuous
It's
recording.
on continuous recording. Now, the police department, even though they have a warrant to upload April 5th into evidence, into Mustafa's file, they only uploaded at starting, I believe, at 1 o'clock?
1:13.
1:13, specifically 1:13
p.m.
So anything before 1:13 is not in Mustafa's file. Now, the question is, why?
And the
That's a
files-
big why, because when you find out why, you're gonna be shocked. And this goes to the foundation that this police department doesn't want to get to the bottom of what is actually going on. They began uploading the dash camera after 1:13.
And there's only, when you look at the files, there's only 43 gigabytes out of the 64. So this dash cam continuously records. So there should always be 64 gigabytes of footage, but there's only 43. So, where's the other 21 gigabytes? Where's the other 21 gigabytes? And why did they exclude this information if it was on a warrant? I mean,
They're supposed to upload the whole fifth. They're supposed to upload the whole SD card. You're charging him with premeditated. This
Exactly.
is exculpatory evidence.
It's supposed to extract all the files.
All the files. Whether it makes Mustafa look good or bad, exculpatory evidence is every piece of material evidence, whether it makes him look good or bad, not cherry pick. The police department's going to cherry pick what evidence they're going to put in his file.
We know what Chad Mason said on October 31st in that motion to dismiss last year, 2024. He said he plugged in the dash cam to his laptop, and therefore he violated department policy with how they're supposed to handle digital evidence. So basically what he's telling you is he plugged in this dash cam to his computer. He went through the files and he cherry picked what videos or where to start with these files. And he only downloaded a specific portion of it, not all of it, only a specific portion of it. So that when the prosecutor lies in court, there's nothing else to contradict it. I mean, we know from Kathy Zymus, we know from Robert Drum when they took the stand that day on October 31st, he said there are videos of Mustafa and Dorothy door dashing. There's videos of them talking about he had an upcoming court date that she had taken time off of work to go with him. And where are those videos? I mean,
the prosecutor in court is claiming that Mustafa is a reckless driver,
Exactly.
uses his vehicle as a weapon, is a horrible driver. Hold on now. On body cam, you've got the main investigator that says he watched the dash camera and Mustafa is door dashing on his dash camera.
So why not include those videos?
Wouldn't you think this is exculpatory evidence to get to the bottom of, is Mustafa a horrible driver? You're making the allegation that Mustafa is a horrible driver, that Mustafa is a reckless driver, and you've got your main investigator telling you, I have it on a dash camera, and you don't put that in the file? I mean, the minute you put those in the file, you can no longer tell the judge and make these claims.
Not only that, but 6 hours prior to 1:13, he was giving Tanisha Coleman a ride earlier that morning. He had-
Tanisha Coleman, the
neighbor.
the police department is using her as a key witness. Okay, so it's going to contradict what Tanisha Coleman. If you put that full SD card on the record,
You're going to
it's
see
going to
Tanisha
show
Coleman
you
sitting in the car, dancing while he's giving her a ride. They were playing music. He was
is
giving
going to
her-
show you that he has a good relationship with this individual, that we have evidence that is lying about Mustafa to the police, and take it as far as weaponize the children.
Not only that, but this is not the first time that the police are, when they write up a warrant, they're very specifically writing a warrant that would exclude very valuable information. For example, when we dropped off the kids with Mustafa that morning or that night,
Heaven is asking, Heaven, thank you for being here. Heaven is asking, could it be possible that the defense didn't fight for the Nest cam, because it would open the door to Mustafa? What I'm going to tell you, Heaven, if you watch those Nest cam videos, once you put the Nest cam videos on the record, Mustafa's coming home today. These Nest cam videos goes against everything that the prosecutor is saying. It's going to show you that Mustafa loves his family, contradictory to what the prosecutor tells you, that Mustafa is abusive to his family. It's going to show you that the Commonwealth attorney is relying on individuals that are coming forward. When we have every body cam of those individuals who claim that Mustafa premeditated this, planned this out, that Mustafa forced his girlfriend, the 5-year-old baby, into the vehicle, forced the boys to stay home. The Google Nest video showed that it was Dorothy. That it was Dorothy's idea to go over to her mother's anniversary. That Dorothy is the one that was asking 5-year-old Empress to go with her. Dorothy is the one that was telling the boys to stay home. That contradict. Do you see what I'm talking about here? The Google Nest video is going to show that the prosecutor claim is false.
The first thing the prosecutor said.
So what you're talking about, these are exonerating Google Nest videos.
The first thing the prosecutor said.
Yeah.
On Mustafa's first hearing when he was arrested, okay, she said they were arguing. She said that they were fighting, and Mustafa had forced Dorothy and Empress into the car. He forced them into the car only to crash it. That's her initial statement. This is what she said in court. I was there. I took notes on it. Okay. Now,
specifically, she said they were fighting because of an ex-boyfriend.
But she said they were fighting specifically, that he was fighting and he forced her into the car.
Yeah.
Okay. And at the time, they had Mustafa's dash camera that contradicts it, but they were sealing it. So you're not going to be able to see it. I'm not going to be able to see it. Matter of fact, up until today, nobody should have been able to see this dash camera.
It's sealed off from the county. The only thing that's been put out by the county is just about 4 seconds that are cut up halfway through toward the end, taking that dash camera out of context.
Well, here's the point. The prosecutor said that he was arguing with her, he was fighting, and he forced her into the car. Mm-hmm. Now, unlucky for them, we have the dash cam. And the moment you put that dash cam on the internet, it's like immediately, the next hearing, the narrative changed. And every time you put out more evidence on the internet, more videos, the prosecutor's narrative keeps changing. It keeps changing, okay? Now they're claiming that it was Mustafa's idea to take Dorothy and Empress. But we have home videos that contradict that.
Missy, thank you for being here. East, I think I tried to bring you up. There we go. I just sent you a request. So the prosecutor is saying that Mustafa forced Dorothy. This is premeditated. On that day, Mustafa forced Dorothy and Empress. Now, people will ask you, what's your evidence? What is your evidence that this prosecutor is lying? What is your evidence?
Everything shows that it was Dorothy's idea. You have Google Nest videos from the apartment that, by the way, the police are not interested in. You don't find that odd?
Now, you went to the Commonwealth Attorney Office and you attempted to give her the Google Nest videos. What happened in the prosecutor office?
Well, her secretary says the Commonwealth Attorney is not going to talk to you. Okay? And if you don't leave our office, we're going to have the sheriff escort you out. So the prosecutor is not interested in the truth. Okay, when we went to Casey Stevens at the time, what did he tell us? He said the prosecutor is going to protect her lying cop.
I have the video. Can we watch that video?
I mean, he wasn't just, talking out of his ass. He's obviously talked to the prosecutor. He's talked to Sarah Sammy. He's talked to Amy Ashworth. And they're telling him that they're going to protect their cop. But you're going to get to a point where you cannot protect the indefensible.
Well, the file is unsealed. It's leaked on the internet. And
I mean, they were never counting on you getting these Google Nest videos.
absolutely.
They were never counting on
No.
you getting this dash camera
No,
video.
what I want to do, I want to slow down the conversation. And when you make a claim, when I make a claim, I want to play the videos. We're going to slow down the conversation and we're going to go over the videos. So that way it doesn't leave room for you have to sit there and take my word for it. You don't have to take my word for it in anything I tell you. I'm just a guy on the internet. But I'm a guy on the internet that has the file. I'm going to play the videos and you can, let's get to the bottom of what's really going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Now, what I'm going to do for the purpose of TikTok, this is really annoying because I'm not going to take the TikTok, turn it back. We're live on YouTube. We're playing the exhibit on YouTube. Every time I play a video, I'm going to remind everybody to go over to YouTube. So that way, if you want to watch the video and follow what we're talking about, go over to YouTube. All right, so let me put that cell phone right there. That's better. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, because otherwise, like,
Where are you going to pull that? Just unplug that.
Can you see both of us? Yes, you can.
The point earlier I was making is
Is this good? Everybody, can it? Oh wait, hang on. Let me see. Can everybody see? All right. Is this a good angle or no? It's good. All right, perfect. Just know I'm going to rely on my mods. Please bring whoever wants to come up. Don't block anybody. And just, so I can't bring anybody up. All right.
the point
You
I
were
was making
saying-
earlier is
Yeah.
when the police downloaded this dash
Well, hold
camera-
on. You know, I have a problem with you because you go over details so fast that I can't even go pull up
Okay,
the
I'm
videos.
just going to make this point, then you can go
Okay.
over your...
All right. I wanted to pull up the Casey Stevens video and what Casey Stevens told us when we wanted to give the material to the prosecutor that the police officer lied and falsified this police report. What did our defense attorney at the time say that the prosecutor in the police department is going to do? Can I play that video? Okay. So we're going to play a video on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. This is a video of the defense attorney.
I keep going.
You can Google him, Casey Stevens. Casey Stevens at the time, he said the prosecutor is going to retaliate.
She's going to protect her lying
She's
cop.
going to protect her lying cop.
Going back, he's the lead investigator, and then he wrote that Mustafa stated that I argued with her in the vehicle. I think this is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
But for us not to complain and not to bring,
What does a complaint do, though?
we need the prosecutor to be aware that this report is falsified. Whether intentional or not intentional, this report does not reflect what Mustafa said.
And she's aware of it. Because that's what we argued before.
That's better.
She's aware of it, and
That the recording that was made, y'all's recording, is different.
we're going to complain about, I want to complain about the investigator. If he's been doing it for 30 years,
I don't
And
know
he-
how long he's been doing it for a while.
20, a while, okay? If he's gonna do that to Mustafa, how many other people have you done this to and you got away with it?
That was innocent. They didn't do the criminal people.
Okay. So So far, as far as I know, she says she heard the recording. Well, if the investigator is not doing, if the prosecutor is not doing anything about it, and no one is doing anything about it, I want to file a formal complaint.
What do you think? I don't believe it's helpful. It's not helpful to Mustafa.
Why?
Because in my experience, it will embolden the prosecutors to support their officer and try to turn this into, well, we just made a mistake, that sort of thing.
Okay, that's okay. Okay.
Based on his report, they issued a warrant on him.
Is going to embolden the prosecutor to protect her cop. I mean, what happened after that conversation? We got a phone call from the defense attorney to destroy all evidence. Mustafa gets beaten up inside the jail. We have the CCTV video. The prosecutor upgrades the charges. Once we went to Internal Affairs, within 5 days of Sean Shelton contacting us with Internal Affairs, 5 days, not one, not two, not 5 days, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth increases the charges from DUI manslaughter all the way to premeditated. Now it's premeditated. Well, hold on now. The question here is, not only did you retaliate, the question here is, how was Mustafa charged with a DUI when his toxicology report show no alcohol and no drugs? What am I talking about? I mean, this is a giant claim. You're sitting here telling me that Mustafa is charged with a DUI. They must have a toxicology report that shows either alcohol or drugs, right? What if I show you a toxicology report that shows no alcohol and no drugs? Let's pull up the toxicology. So that way, you're not sitting here taking my word for it. This is the toxicology report. Mohammed, this is the toxicology report. Now, this toxicology report, if you were to zoom in, this is Mustafa Al-Jazari, toxicology report. If you were to zoom in, you find out blood alcohol non-detected. No alcohol in his system. All right. If you go over to THC 0.00003. There is no drugs in his system. Well, hold on now. So how did they charge him with DUI?
But yet you have all these officers on the scene telling the bystanders that Mustafa was methed out. You have Robert Drum in his conversations.
It's on body cam.
You have Robert Drum in his conversations over the phone with so-called witnesses. When they ask him, was he on drugs? And he says, we're still checking some boxes. What boxes are you checking when you have the report right there sitting in front of you? When you've already extracted his blood from the hospital, you tested it, no drugs, no alcohol, yet you're telling these alleged witnesses over the phone that, oh, who knows? Who knows if he's on drugs?
We have the body cam where he's actually talking to a witness, and the witness is asking Robert Drum. She says that Mustafa was driving normal, and all of a sudden the vehicle ends up on the other side. And he tells her, she's like, is he on drug? Is he drunk? He said, we're still checking some boxes. And I mean, put yourself in this witness shoes that the investigator is putting this idea in her head that, hey, we are not sure. It's possible. Immediately the conversation starts switching against Mustafa. I mean, but he had the toxicology report that Mustafa had no drugs and no alcohol in his system. Mustafa's charged with a DUI. The question is, how did you charge Mustafa? How did you hold Mustafa from April 7 all the way to, I believe, October when she raised the charges?
October 3rd.
October 3rd on false charges. You held him on a DUI manslaughter when his toxicology showed no alcohol. And the minute that your internal affairs is telling you your police officer falsified Mustafa's statement. We have a phone call from Sean Shelton.
What prompted
she retaliates,
the Commonwealth
and now it's,
attorney? What prompted the Commonwealth attorney to upgrade the charges on October 3rd?
Exactly. What charges? What changed? On what evidence? What changed that all of a sudden is being upgraded to premeditated?
Well, we don't have to speculate. We can put two and two together, and we can think back to that Wednesday. Okay, the last Wednesday in September, when Sean Shelton called us, okay, in regards to the complaint that you filed, that Robert Drum
It's a very specific complaint.
And what he said is, what Sean Shelton said He said, we're investigating Robert Drum for the lies. Okay, we're going to get to the bottom of why he lied. These are his words. And he says, I contacted the Commonwealth attorney. This is on Wednesday, by the way. I contacted the
Do you
Commonwealth
have the phone
attorney.
call, by the way?
Yeah. He says, I contacted the Commonwealth attorney. I notified her that we're investigating the lead investigator on this case because he's the lead investigator on the case. He's telling the Commonwealth attorney that they're opening a probe into Robert Drum and his lies.
That the chief of police gave him the green light to probe into Robert Drum.
So why would Internal Affairs give notice to the Commonwealth attorney that whatever this officer lied about, they're investigating it? And what does she do?
He's giving her a heads up.
He's giving
do
her a
whatever
heads
you got
up.
to do because we're about to release this guy.
Exactly. Mustafa was supposed to be released. These charges were supposed to be dropped. What does she do? She goes before a grand jury and indicts Mustafa.
What do you mean? She uses the same investigator
Exactly.
that her internal affairs is telling her he falsified the statement. Now, I'll tell you how she got away with doing that. Because at the time, they wouldn't tell you what's going on with internal affairs. All they did is send you a letter that Robert Drum violated department policy. They put it all over the internet. Now, when you read the internal notes, that the supplement reports in the file, a supplement report is when you have a statement in the police report that's inconsistent with what the actual with what Mustafa had said. It's inconsistent. It's completely opposite. This investigator says Mustafa stated he was arguing inside the vehicle. The audio, when you listen to it, Mustafa did not say that.
So they tell us they corrected the mistake, but really they didn't do anything.
They didn't do it. As a matter of fact, what they've done, they took the audio, they gave it back to the same investigator. Conveniently, in his supplement report, he says, I can't hear the audio. And then that's how we got to testify in the grand jury. And by the way, they never corrected that Mustafa did not say that he was arguing inside the vehicle.
They never corrected it. And the evidence that they never corrected it is that Sarah Sammy, months later, in Mustafa's bond hearing, she plays the recording and she's telling the judge that Mustafa said he was arguing with her. That's your proof that they never corrected the mistake. Okay?
In court, she says that.
What were you and I and Sean Shelton listening to then?
Do you have the phone call, by the way?
I do. I'm going to pull it up. But, I just want to say, think of the optics, of what Commonwealth Attorney Amy Ashworth is doing. She gets a phone call from Internal Affairs that your lead investigator has been found a liar and this family were in my office and they have proof that this lead investigator lied. And what does she do? She summons this lying lead investigator to the grand jury and makes him lie to the grand jury to get an indictment.
Yep.
Just think of the optics.
Yep. Within 5 days, now they raise it from DUI, manslaughter,
it doesn't look good.
to premeditated.
It doesn't look good.
I mean, this is exactly what Casey Stevens, the defense attorney at the time,
exactly what he said.
that she's going to protect her lying cop and retaliate.
You get a phone call saying that your lead investigator is under investigation for lying about a warrant,
Let's pull
for
up NBC4.
for falsely arresting someone, and then you summon that same investigator. Did you tell the grand jury that my lead investigator that I'm going to call as a witness is a liar? He's being investigated?
Absolutely not, because in a second bond hearing, she's playing the same. She's telling the judge this. She's reading off the report that was never corrected. They still say that Mustafa stated I was arguing inside the vehicle. She literally told Judge Weimer that.
The second thing is, you don't find it odd that when she's playing the recording between Mustafa and Drum, she plays our recording? She doesn't play Robert Drum's recording?
Absolutely. I mean, in the statement in the discovery, there's a statement by Robert Drum. Robert Drum says he recorded that conversation on his
Sean Shelton
body.
said he recorded it as well.
Sean Shelton said he recorded it. Robert Drum in his police report says I recorded it on my body-worn camera.
So
Now,
where's that file?
when I
Why
access,
is it not in evidence.com?
here's a problem. When I access the file, it's not in Mustafa's file. Are you telling me they've removed this body cam from Mustafa's file? The question here is, I have a body cam of Robert Drum talking to an individual who identifies herself Amy Hodson, a.k.a. Evelyn Horton. On that body cam, on three-way, is the wife of the investigator. Now, let me ask you a question. Did they remove that body cam when he was talking to Mustafa, hoping that you didn't record it? Because at the time when the investigator was talking to Mustafa, you recorded it. And then all of a sudden, you come out with the recording And the investigator thought, removing the body cam, there is no evidence to the conversation. I can get to write whatever I want. Is it possible that he had his wife on three-way and God knows what they were talking about while they were in the conversation with Mustafa?
You know,
I mean, do you hear what I'm talking about?
I think he had more than just his wife. We know that this investigator, Robert Drum, likes to have three-way calls while he's conducting the investigation, while he's conducting these interviews. He's having three-way calls with individuals that are, number one, don't work for the police department.
Yep.
Okay? So the real question is, why did the prosecutor, why did the police department remove Robert Drum's
Why are they
recorded phone
playing?
call with Mustafa? Why did they remove it?
Why are they playing our audio?
Exactly.
And not the body cam?
Who was on that phone call? That's the real question.
Who was on that phone?
And why is Internal Affairs covering up for an investigator? I mean, this is supposed to be the Office of Professional Standards.
And by the way, if this police department think that they can get away with just removing that body cam from Mustafa's file, I have the whole entire file that in the police report, it says that Robert Drum recorded it on his body-worn camera. It's only a matter of time before Mustafa's lawyer actually probe into the missing body cam. And it's not only that body cam. There's body cams when they talk to the children. There is evidence that they weaponized those children against Mustafa. Lied to the children. I mean, this is the definition of child abuse. A 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old is lied to by the police, weaponized by the police before you put them in a forensic interview. Why is it in Mustafa's file that I have the forensic interviews, but I don't have the body cam when investigator Romero talked to the children? Are you telling me that you're talking to children that are 9, 10, and 14 without body cam? Specifically on another body cam, investigator Romero tells Dorothy's half-brother, Derek, I record everything. Question is, where is the body cam when you talk to the children? And now we have evidence that you've weaponized those children. You fed them a bunch of lies. You weaponize them against Mustafa, and then you walk them into a forensic interview. I mean, it's so heartbreaking watching these forensic interviews because the 14-year-old child that I watch on the Google Nest video, Mustafa had a Google Nest video inside his apartment. I watch a child that looks at Mustafa as a father figure. He loves Mustafa. Mustafa loves him. Now, all of a sudden, I'm watching a child in a forensic interview that he says that comes out of the child's mouth. Comes out of that 14-year-old child. Detective told me Mustafa ran away, fled the scene, left my 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to, and he said Mustafa ran away.
If he hadn't ran away, my baby sister would be alive.
Now, what are we talking about? Mustafa went into a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. I have the body cams where Mustafa is laying in front of his vehicle in and out of consciousness. The medical records. Do you have the medical record where it says Mustafa completely went into a coma?
It's on his.
If you can do me a favor, if you can pull that out for me. At one point, the medical record says Mustafa went into a complete coma and then woke up. I mean, you're telling me, and Mustafa gets helicoptered to the hospital. You have investigators that are telling those children that Mustafa ran away? What are we talking about? I want to pull up the...
So you're missing... and
those body cams are missing. Investigator Romero body cams are missing. There is body cam when they talk... The original forensic interview of Kylie Clapp. Kylie Clapp is in the apartment. She's heard. There's witness statements that are putting her in the apartment, that are putting her in the hospital. Kylie Clapp lives with her dad. She doesn't live with Dorothy and Mustafa, but lives with her dad. But the Commonwealth attorney is using her as a key witness. The question is, on a forensic interview that happened later in September of 2024, she's talking about that I live with my dad. She said I live with my dad. When you watch the forensic interview,
she also said that
she said I wasn't there. I didn't see anything.
She had her mom blocked.
Yeah.
There's a restraining order where Dorothy and Kylie are not supposed to have contact. So there was no contact. She wasn't living at the apartment.
But she's being used as a key witness into what happened.
How?
Exactly. How? And the bigger problem is when you watch the forensic interview, she says in the body cam on the forensic interview, she says, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I didn't hear anything. And then she referenced someone else that Mustafa premeditated this. You go into that body cam of that other individual, they tell you they reference someone else. And then you open that body cam. It's a game of ping pong. Every single person that's claiming that Mustafa premeditated this, did this on purpose, forced his girlfriend into that vehicle.
It's all hearsay.
It's all hearsay. Now, Kylie Clapp, the body cam, the original forensic interview that happened with the rest of the children, where is that forensic interview? Was Kylie Clapp all over the place? Is that body cam deleted? Is that forensic interview deleted? Because there is hard evidence that the forensic interview she's talking about being here before.
I think Kylie Clapp in her first interview on April to this interview and basically said, I was never there. I don't know anything. I had my mom blocked. I'm not even supposed to make contact with my mom. I wasn't living at the apartment. I don't know Mustafa. I don't know anything about him. Okay. And the prosecutor thought, this is a really bad video. If we're going to use Kylie Clapp on the stand in front of the jury, we have to remove this video. We have to feed her all the information. We have to teach her and coach her on what to say in this trial. So we have to delete any initial interview with Kylie because she flat out comes out as not a witness. Okay, she's already disqualified as a witness.
Well, even in the forensic interview in September, she disqualified herself as a witness. Unless when you open that forensic interview, you realize that she's telling you, I am not a witness. That's why the prosecutor is so terrified. I mean, she's claiming that this is premeditated, that she has witnesses. Her witnesses are telling her we are not there. We didn't see anything. And they're using hearsay that is being contradicted with the Google Nest video in the apartment.
With actual video evidence.
With actual evidence. Now, going back into the body cams that are missing, the original forensic interview of Kylie Clapp is now there. The body cam, when the investigators met up with Kylie in September, after the forensic interview, the lady that's interviewing her in the room tells her, you're going to sit down with detectives before we let you go. Now, hold on. There are no body cams when they sat down with a 16-year-old at the time. She's a minor. Where are those body cams?
The real question is, why are prosecutors and police directly contacting a minor? Why aren't they contacting the father, Jason Clapp? Why aren't they contacting an adult?
Absolutely.
And you see through the body cams that Robert Drum Davis, Investigator Davis, they have Kylie on speed dial.
You have to have consent.
They have her on speed dial.
Well, I have Investigator Davis in one of the body cam. He have Kylie, 16-year-old Kylie, on speed dial, and he's talking to her on the phone 2 days into the vehicle accident, and yet.
So why are police talking to minors when Robert Drum specifically says in another phone call that he's not allowed to have contact with a minor, that the police are not allowed to have contact with a minor? There's a specific person that deals with minors.
The child forensic unit. That's who handles the children. They have to have body cams when you're interacting with children. You have to record these conversations. And you have to have parental consent before you walk in those children into a forensic interview. The question is, who consented for those children to be walked into a forensic interview? And now you're finding out that they've been weaponized. Again, Mustafa told a bunch of lies. I mean, at one point, you've got a neighbor that's telling those children that Mustafa peed on your mother. Hold on now.
Why would police tell him that?
No. Tanisha Coleman,
Why
the
would
neighbor.
Tanisha Coleman say that to him?
She's on a body cam. I have a body cam where she's talking to Robert Drum. The children is in the background, and you can clearly hear that the phone call is on speaker. The children are hanging on every word. At one point, you can hear the children gasp. The investigator is telling Tanisha Coleman that Mustafa did this on purpose, that Tanisha Coleman is telling the investigator that Mustafa peed on their mother, and the children, a 9, a 10, a 14, is hanging on to every single word. You can hear the children gasp in the fucking background. I mean, this is children that I have a Google Nest video that show they loved Mustafa. Now you have a neighbor that took possession of these children with an investigator, inadvertently weaponizing those children. And then you find out that I have hard evidence that Tanisha Coleman lied to the children about Mustafa peeing on their mother. I have hard evidence that Mustafa never fled the scene, ran away, left my 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. What are we talking about? You've weaponized these children, and now you're walking them in a forensic interview. Those children just lost their mother in a tragic vehicle accident. A 9-year-old, a 10, a 14-year-old. And it's talking about being told, Tanisha Coleman, the child says, Tanisha Coleman told me, Mustafa. Who does Mustafa abuse your mother? He said, I always trusted Mustafa. I loved Mustafa. But after what they're telling me, I mean, the child is telling you that investigator told him that Mustafa fled the scene. We could have saved your baby sister. I want to watch the forensic interview of the 14-year-old and what the 14-year-old says before it walked into the forensic interview. And maybe we can go into the Google Nest video that will show what is going on in the apartment.
I mean, you have these forensic interview with children, right? And the point of the interview is to get statements from the children, to get what their mindset is, what they're going to say. Why are the children being told misinformation by Detective Romero and other officers prior to... I mean, what's the point of this interview? What is the point of this interview? If you're going to have an offline conversation with this child, you're going to weaponize him, you're going to abuse this child and give him all this misinformation. And you know what I find really interesting? Is that Tanisha Coleman had a Blink camera on her door.
That Mustafa helped Tanisha Coleman install,
Okay.
right?
Listen to this.
Yeah.
She has a Blink camera that records outside of her door, and she has a Blink camera inside of her apartment that records the living room. Why is it that when the police wrote up a warrant for the Blink camera, they specifically excluded, when we dropped off these kids at Tanisha Coleman and we left for the night, these kids were left with Tanisha Coleman and Glenn Ford. Why did the police exclude what was happening inside the apartment after we left?
Well, obviously, they don't want you to see what Tanisha Coleman told the children.
Exactly.
What the children was telling Tanisha Coleman. The ex-boyfriend and the 16-year-old daughter is there.
So what did Tanisha Coleman tell these kids? What did Glenn Ford tell these kids?
Where is Investigator Romero being captured on this Blink camera?
So
when you talk to the children.
Where is the conversation with Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman inside the apartment with these kids? Where is the conversation Romero had with these kids prior to this forensic interview? And why are they being concealed?
Now,
I mean,
what if
we
I
know
tell
these
you-
videos exist, by the way.
Well, exactly. What if I tell you that there is a phone call? There are 2 body cam of Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor. And at one point in the phone call, body cam number 2 with Tanisha Coleman, a.k.a. Nene. Tanisha Coleman tells him, I have a Blink camera that captured this monster, doesn't care about the children. And then he tells her, and he's laughing under his breath. He's like, good for you. Like, you got this monster. I mean, and then when you find out that Mustafa is the one that helped her connect this Blink camera, but you're acting like we got him. He doesn't care. When he came out of the hospital, he dropped off those children. The mother is a monster. The family is a monster. What are we talking about? Mustafa just got released from the hospital. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital.
And he was telling the
Mustafa
police-
has a major concussion.
He was telling the police there are kids in the apartment. He was telling them that. And the nurse and the police told him to go home from the hospital. The nurse said, take him home. And what did he do? He went to check on the kids. Did he have to do it? No, they're not his kids. But he cared about these kids to not leave them in the apartment alone after this horrible accident.
Now, when you find out that Mustafa had a major concussion, Mustafa went into a coma. Mustafa woke up from a coma. It's throughout the body cam. When you watch those body cam, you see that Mustafa doesn't know what year he's in. Mustafa kept on asking where he's at when he woke up. He kept on asking for his family. After 4 or 5 hours, he was released from the hospital. You find that the paramedic have injected Mustafa with fentanyl. Mustafa's so out of it. And with everything that's going on with Mustafa, I mean, you watch Mustafa when they wheeled him out. They wheeled him out in a wheelchair. He can barely get up, and he's bagged up everywhere. He is in no shape or form to take care of himself, not alone take care of the children. The first thing he did is to go back to the apartment and make sure the children are good. And then he sees a neighbor, Tanisha Coleman, that he says, this is my friend. I trust her. And what did she say? She says, leave the children with me. And she tells us, go take care of your brother. Your brother is in
She
bad
said,
shape.
don't call the police.
She said, "Don't call
She's
the
on
police."
video saying that night, don't call the cops because CPS.
Didn't
is
you
in-
record the whole night?
I did.
You have a video of the whole entire night, which when you watch with the ex-boyfriend who just happened to be there, I mean, apparently he lives in the same complex, and he's sitting there.
He lives next door to Tanisha Coleman.
He lives next door to Tanisha Coleman. He's in the apartment. Tanisha Coleman is there, and they're sitting there telling the police a completely different narrative. A completely different narrative. But unfortunately for them, you have the video from the whole night. I find it disturbing that the police department did not download the whole entire Blink camera that shows you. Instead, download a portion of the Blink camera
it's
that
down-
leaves room for these people to just manufacture a story.
It's down to the minute. That's how detailed this warrant was. They specifically wrote the warrant for when Mustafa left the apartment. That's when they stopped the warrant.
Now, what I want to do, I want to structure this conversation. We're going too fast, if that makes any kind of sense. I want to be able to play these videos so that way you don't have to sit here, take my word for it. You're actually watching what actually took place. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I want to start with the forensic interview from the child, where the child is talking about that the investigator told him that Mustafa ran away, left his 5-year-old baby sister. I don't want to say this on TikTok because it's going to mess the TikTok, but pretty much ran away, and they could have saved her if Mustafa had not ran away. And then I want to take you to the scene, and we're going to be watching what was going on the scene of the accident. Mustafa is sitting there in front of his vehicle, in and out of consciousness. Mustafa is being transported, is taken to the ambulance. Mustafa at one point there's a document that shows Mustafa went into a complete coma. 30 minutes later, he woke up from this coma. There's a document.
And by the way, they never mentioned that they injected him with.
Mustafa has a major concussion. He doesn't know what year he's in. He thinks he's in 2021. Obama is the president. The accident happened on April 5th, 2023. And then you find out that they had injected Mustafa with 50 mcg of F. I don't want to say this on TikTok because he's going to violate it. If you don't know anything about F, 50 mcg is going to put you on cloud 9. You're going to be completely checked out. We'll get to the bottom of why they did that.
Why did they not mention that in any of the police reports?
Well, it's obvious.
Chad
It's
Mason
obvious.
interrogated Mustafa with a nurse and Officer Matthew Surdam. Matthew Surdam and Chad Mason. These officers.
He's guarding the door, but Judge Weimer wants to tell you that's not an interrogation.
He says not an interrogation, that he was free to
Well,
leave at any point.
What they wanted to do, the whole entire interaction, the whole entire transaction, what they wanted to do is hope that Mustafa is on cloud 9, completely checked out, that after toying with him for 4 or 5 hours, telling him your family is okay, your family is alive, and then they wanted, when they dropped this major bombshell on Mustafa, that, hey, your family has passed, your girlfriend passed, when she passed 4 or 5 hours ago. And they knew that, and they're toying with
He tells
Mustafa.
him she's been dead for 3 hours.
They're hoping that Mustafa is so checked out because of the 50 mcg of F that the body cam, when they're recording Mustafa, they can run to the prosecutor and says, this monster did not care when we told him that his family had passed. And when they got the exact opposite reaction, that Mustafa was crying, now that these body cams, they don't want these body cams to be introduced to the jury. They don't want the jury to see it. They don't want the community to see it because it's sealed. And now they don't want the jury to see it. And you have Officer Chad Mason, the same one that cut this dash camera that's on the stand, said, I violated department policy. I plugged the SD card into my personal laptop. He falsifies Mustafa's reaction in the hospital, and he says Mustafa did not care when we told him that his girlfriend died, and he did not cry, did not care, no reaction. You falsified you're falsifying what is going on in the hospital, and now you want to have, when you go to court, when you go in front of the jury, you want to take out this police report and tell the jury they're not going to see the body cam. They're going to see Officer Chad Mason, who's been with the department for 19 years, who has a police report that when I talked to Mustafa and told him that his family was passed,
He had no reaction.
he had no reaction. He didn't care. This monster, Your Honor, did not care. We have a fucking body cam that Mustafa was crying and Mustafa was broken when his family, when they told him that his family had passed. Real quick, before we go into the forensic interview, I want to go into the body cam of the moment Mustafa was told that his family passed. And then go into the report and what Chad Mason wrote. Is that fair? This is the, let's see if I can go over. If you're on TikTok, please hop over to YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. You'll hear me say this over and over for those that are coming in. We're on YouTube. We're going to play the exhibit from the hospital. I have a bunch of body cams that we're going to go over and we're going to see what actually happened in the hospital. This is the moment that Mustafa was told.
All right, so the little girl, she's stable right now. She's upstairs here at the hospital. She's stable right now. Okay. Her mom, her girlfriend, she didn't make it. She's dead. She died at about 7 o'clock. You okay?
Oh, man. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
They inject Mustafa with 50 mcg of F. 50 mcg of F knocks you out. You're on cloud nine. You don't even know what's going on anymore. And they're hoping after toying with you for 4 or 5 hours,
they've
telling
been
you,
telling him.
they've been telling. We're going to go through the body cams.
They've been telling him that she's okay, that she's being taken care of. She's in another hospital. And Mustafa says, can I go next to her? Can I see her? And they're telling him, like, let's take care of you first. We're taking care of her. Don't worry about it. She's okay. They're both okay. For 3 hours, they did that. I mean, imagine being injected with a drug, and then police are telling you your family's okay, your family's okay. And then Chad Mason to come in and all of a sudden drop this major bombshell telling you that your girlfriend didn't make it. And then he's just sitting there looking at him. Okay? And then you read Chad Mason's report. What does he say? He says, Mustafa covered his face, covered his head, but I couldn't see any tears. How the fuck can you see if he has tears or not if his face is covered? I mean, you can tell the narrative had already began. Prior to looking at the accident reconstruction, prior to interviewing the children, prior to figuring out that this car had brake failure, prior to looking at the dash camera, prior to looking at anything, they're already conducting this narrative that we're going to pin this on this man one way or another, whether it's DUI, whether it's anything. And when DUI failed, they moved to the next step. This has to be abuse. When abuse fails, this has to be premeditated. It's like they keep jumping. As the facts come out, the narrative changes. Okay? As the facts come out, the narrative changes. And what do? They conceal the accident reconstruction. They won't allow anybody to touch the cars. They exclude the steering angle from the Suburban that hit Mustafa.
Especially when the investigator on scene is saying that Mustafa cleared all the vehicle, made it to the fourth lane, and the SUV is the one that turned into Mustafa. Wouldn't you think The most crucial piece of evidence in this whole entire case is the steering angle of the SUV.
And you know that
But
Chad
instead, they
Mason,
exclude it out of the data recorder.
you know Chad Mason was performing for the body cam.
Absolutely. I've got a body cam where he tells the other investigator, I got it on my body cam.
When he goes into the ambulance and he's talking to Mustafa, he comes out of the ambulance and tells Drum, I got it on video. I got this little short clip. I got it on video. And where is Chad Mason's other body cams? They don't exist.
I mean, when you open the file, the body cams for Chad Mason is not one full body. It's chopped up.
It's chopped up. It's
As I've cherry picked what portion they should put in this file, and you can't do that. You can't just cherry pick exculpatory. I mean, you're charging Mustafa with premeditated, but the Commonwealth attorney is going to cherry pick what you're going to. You have to put all the evidence into the record.
Look, I looked up the policy.
Evidence that make him look good or bad.
I looked up the policy for Prince William County Police body cams, and it says anytime you're on the scene, your body cam is to be recording. Anytime.
Absolutely.
And the only time you can mute,
You know what the principle?
the only time you can mute is when you're discussing a tactical situation. Like, for example, they're about to go bust into somebody's home. Okay, they have a warrant. They're going to bust into a home, and they're discussing tactical maneuvers of how to get that person. That's the only time you can mute, is when it compromises your tactical plan. But there's none of that here. And all you see is every officer, they're muting, they're unmuting.
What do you mean? I have
selectively.
Officer Casey Fine that tells other officer that Mustafa is on drugs. I have Officer Drum telling the paramedic would say Mustafa is having he has a concussion. He thinks he's in 2021. Literally, off his drum. As soon as he's done with that off-duty paramedic that just told him that Mustafa thinks he's in 2021, he's dealing with a concussion. Off his drum turns around to his police officer and he tells him, the off-duty paramedic tells me he's methed out. What do you mean? And then you have Officer Casey Fine, when the same one that's telling Officer Drum and other officer that Mustafa is on drug, he's going around and interacting with witnesses, and then he mutes. Are you telling witnesses that Mustafa's on?
Casey Fine's body cam is mute the entire time.
Why?
And he's the
Are
one.
you telling witnesses that Mustafa is methed out?
He's telling everybody that I've interacted with him before. He was high as shit. He was. Where is that report?
And then the minute-
I'd like to see an incident report of Casey Fines interacting with Mustafa, where he alleges Mustafa was on.
And
drugs.
we're gonna get into that body cam. The minute the officer get on scene, they're saying that we know Mustafa, we know his girlfriend, we know the children. We've been briefed about this cat. They have a narrative out for Mustafa. We're gonna go through those body cams.
They have an officer Duplessis.
and Officer Duplessis
Who's
will patrol
monitoring
Mustafa. And then you ask yourself, what is going on with Mustafa? And then you find out that Mustafa had over $500,000 lawsuit that started in 2018 that dragged all the way to the vehicle accident. You began to see the bigger story. Mustafa gets in a vehicle accident, and now he's laying in front of his vehicle in and out of consciousness. Let's take advantage of this Mustafa that's been suing the police department. How dare a fucking Mustafa sue the police department? We're going to take a break. And when we come back, I want to go over the videos inside the hospital, or we can start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning and start telling the story as we're going along. Sounds fair?
That's fair. Pause this.
She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. She died about 7 o'clock. Died about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. She died at about 7 o'clock. Died at about 7 o'clock. She died at about 7 o'clock. Died at about 7 o'clock. She died at about 7 o'clock. Died at about 7 o'clock. She died at about 7 o'clock. Died at about 7 o'clock. She died at about 7 o'clock. Died at about 7 o'clock.
We are back. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope. We're on TikTok live. We're on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. I want to thank everybody for being here. I don't know. We have our beautiful, beautiful mod, the mother of Mustafa, is our mod. So she's going to start bringing people back up. If you have any question, feel free to interject the conversation that we're having. I want to be able to go through the police body cams and tell the story of Mustafa Al-Jazari. And through us playing the body cam, we're going to have a conversation. We're going to play the document. We're going to play the body cam, but start from the beginning. All right. So, where do you want to start? You want to start from the home videos, or you want to start on the scene? I think let's start from on the scene. What happened when the police officer got on the scene? Is that fair? And then work your way into the hospital, and then work your way into the phone call with Drum, and then circle back into the Google Nest video. And then we'll watch the dash camera. And at the end of this conversation, I'm not going to sit here and tell you and make up your mind for you. What I'm telling you is this is a vehicle accident. I have evidence that this is a vehicle accident. I have evidence that the police department falsified this case. Now, I'm giving you this information that the county is sealing off from the community. I'm in possession of it. I'm leaking it to the community. You do whatever you want with that material. Is that fair? I think that's fair. All right, so let's start with... Let's start. What happened when police got on scene? And specifically, this is Officer Casey Fines. Oh, there we go.
That'll be 3. I'm already here. And then Mason and Wilhelm are on their way.
Now, when you're watching, there are paramedics. Mustafa is laying in front of his vehicle. Mustafa is in and out of consciousness. And at one point, he goes into a complete coma. The off-duty paramedic is talking about Mustafa. Thinks he's in 2021. The vehicle accident happened on April 5th, 2023. Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. Obama is the president. Clearly, he's dealing with a concussion.
All right, sure. Take pictures while you do anything else.
No, we'll figure out where the bodies are going in a minute. Witnesses, anybody say what happened?
Yeah, there's a lady right over here in the black. She saw everything. Okay. I believe. This car is the at fault. This is the driver of that vehicle. Okay.
Thank you. So at fault so far. Crossed over what, oncoming traffic?
I'm not 100% sure. Knowing him though, it's probably drug related.
Okay. If that's the case, I want somebody to go get a blood draw. If he's driving?
They said he's driving, but I've had contact with him before, not driving, but he was out of it.
See if somebody can do a blood draw on him. Because apparently the kid and mom already did.
Okay. License for that SUV.
Fine, SUV. So apparently I think the kid's dead and the mom's gonna die.
He said kid is still alive currently.
Okay. He's telling me that guy's probably drug related. So I need a blood draw on Donkey.
Okay, so as soon as officers get on scene, they already condemned Mustafa guilty. He said Mustafa is at fault. He said this guy is on drugs. They already ruled that out. And he specifically said, I've had interactions with Mustafa, and knowing him is rug related. I've had an interaction with Mustafa before. Now, my question is, when you look at Mustafa's discovery, nowhere in the discovery does it show that Casey Fine actually interacted with Mustafa and that Mustafa is on rugs. Mustafa does not have a history. He doesn't have a criminal history, and he doesn't have a history of doing rugs. So what is Casey Fine doing? Telling the main investigator, as soon as he gets on scene, Mustafa is in and out of consciousness in front of his vehicle, laying on the floor. But you've got this officer that already condemned you guilty, and he's already putting out a narrative for you.
That this is drugs.
And then you find out that the toxicology report show no alcohol and no rugs. This is the toxicology report. But they already put out this narrative. As a matter of fact,
what is he smirking about? You see the smirk on his face?
He's smiling.
And you look at the police reports, Casey Fines doesn't say anything in the report other than he was helping with redirect traffic. That's all he says in the entire.
That's not true. The body cam showed that he's interacting with witnesses. He's muting his body. So you're telling me you're going around telling other officers that Mustafa is on rugs. What are you telling the witnesses?
Exactly. What is he telling the witnesses or the bystanders on the scene?
You want to tell me that he's not telling the witnesses that Mustafa is on rugs?
Is that why one of the witnesses crossed out her statement after she said there was no erratic driving prior to the accident, and then you see a line cross through it? What did Casey Fines tell her to make her change her statement?
Now, when you find out that Mustafa had a lawsuit prior to the vehicle accident, you begin to understand what is happening to Mustafa. Mustafa gets in a vehicle accident. Mustafa had an over $500,000 lawsuit that started in 2018 that dragged all the way to the vehicle accident. Now Mustafa is in a position where they taking advantage of this vehicle accident. They already have a narrative out to him. He's on rugs, and it gets worse when you find out that the officer that gets on scene, another officer, says, I know that cat. I've been briefed about that cat.
Rob Sermon.
Rob Sermon. He said he already knows Mustafa. He's been briefed about Mustafa. I didn't know it was this cat. What have you been briefed about Mustafa? Is it possible? Are we talking about that he's talking about the same Mustafa that's suing your police department for $500,000?
By the way, that same officer is heard in another body cam talking to investigator Robert Davis, where he says, I have an idea about this case that we should employ. It's going to cost money. What are you talking about? You're inspecting his car. You just found out that there's brake failure. And now Davis is telling Sermon that he has an idea about this case, but it's going to cost money that they should employ. What kind of idea?
On body cam.
On body cam.
We have a body cam where, what's his name? What's the officer's name?
Robert Davis.
Robert Davis. Shelly,
It's telling Robert Sermon.
Robert Davis. Shelly, if you're listening, if you're here, I can't see that far. You asked me what was the officer's name. His name is Robert Davis. On body cam, he says, if you want to give me the specific time to which body cam, the timestamp, so I can pull it up so everybody can see what we're talking about. On a body cam, you have Robert Davis, right? He says, I have an idea that I can employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money.
It's 10:45 on
10:45.
The inspection video.
10:45. I have the inspection video. Let's pull up the inspection video really quick so that way.
He said, remind me, I had an idea about this case we should employ. It would take spending money, though. What kind of money are these officers pumping into this case out of their own pocket?
Now, this becomes relevant when you're talking about who do we have on this platform that's trolling the Mustafa Al-Jazari case? Christine Warda. Now she's calling herself something Jiyashi in Arabic. She refused to turn on her camera. There is a mystery there. She's terrified. She would never turn on her camera. Just mysteriously that we find her on a body cam.
As Amy
Hodson, a.k.a. also identifies herself as Evelyn Horton. Now,
telling Drum that Mustafa is a abuser, he's this, and all these negative things. And then she says, I live in Locust Grove,
What does she tell
Virginia.
everybody? She tells everybody that
I don't
her
know.
friend.
She says she doesn't know Dorothy. She doesn't know anybody, but she knows all this information. You should talk to Kylie.
She's going around telling everybody that the brother has over $1 million in legal fund donation, that her friend came all the way, that gave the brother $25,000, and it's not a donation into the legal fund, it's a loan. Wait a minute. My question is, I don't know you. I don't know your other friend. All of a sudden, you say that you support Mustafa. You're here and you're donating this money into this case. Hold on now. Hold on. This is a question.
I wonder if
My
that's
question
the
is,
money.
I wonder if this is the money that Rob Davis is talking about that he has to employ into this case. And he has an idea, but he wants to employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money. My question is, did you, when you came all the way from Michigan, and we can get into the details of what actually took place. We're talking about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Now we have these individuals that are here in support of Mustafa. We don't know who they are, but they're in support of Mustafa. And all of a sudden, here is money for Mustafa's legal fund. My question is, did you claim that money on your IRS at the end of the year?
Exactly. I wonder where that over $20,000 came from.
Did you, I mean,
who claimed it?
$25,000, you must have went into your bank
In cash.
and at the end of the day, you have to claim it on your IRS unless someone else gave you that money. Now, who gave you that money? Because I've got a body cam.
I mean, where did this cash come from? This lump sum of cash that is going specifically to Mustafa's defense.
Now, details into who we're talking about. We're talking about this lady. She says her husband is originally from Iraq. That's where we're originally from. Immediately when she came into this case, she said, I'm an advocate. I heard about your brother. I like to be there. And my husband is originally from Iraq. And immediately we're like, we want someone to look into what they're doing to my brother. Look at what they're doing to my brother. So we trusted her.
She says her brother-in-law is an FBI
she's going around.
Investigator.
That's what she said, that her brother works for the FBI.
She's connected to the feds.
Now, within, 2 weeks, all of a sudden, this girl comes up out of nowhere. Her name is Doha. She's from Iraq. Now, she says, I heard about your brother. I feel bad for what they're doing to your brother. I mean, and then I think, like 2-3 months, we ended up dating. I mean, I've never met an Iraqi girl before. And here is this Iraqi girl that's telling me, I am here for you and your brother. And then, 2-3.
And she protested.
And she's in the she's out in front of the jail with us protesting.
For weeks.
Now
For
she
weeks.
comes out and she says, I want to donate so your brother can, the other attorney stole your money. You don't have money I've lost my company. The other attorney stole our money. All of a sudden she's like, I'm going to donate money so you can get a lawyer. Well, now she's out here claiming that this is not a donation. It's a loan. So my question is, I mean, this is a fair
The real
question.
question is, where did
That money come from? Because that lady
And who
is on the
reported it?
phone. That lady is on a phone. Let's watch the body cam and what the investigator
Go to
is talking about.
10, what did I say, 10:45.
Okay, let me see. 10:45. All right. So if you're on YouTube, these body cams are on a playlist, Police Body Cams - Mustafa Al-Jazari. And if you go to specifically exhibit, let me see if I can pull it up.
I mean, I would like to see what Robert Davis's filing was for that year.
I mean, that money is taken out of some account.
Look, man, over $20,000 in cash. You're bringing it from Michigan or wherever.
She said she came from Michigan,
You
right?
allegedly came from Michigan. You're bringing this large sum of cash and you're saying, here, give this to Mustafa's lawyer.
And then, I'll tell you what's really disturbing. I'm finding Evelyn Horton, that lady, with the wife of the investigator on a phone call on three-way, on a police body cam. And they're here on the internet. I mean, who is this person that is trolling the conversation now with Brittany? Who is always in Brittany's box? It's that lady that calls her name, something Jayashi.
Something in Arabic.
Something in Arabic. I bet. I wonder if she can even read her name in Arabic. She's claiming to be. She can't. I mean, you've got. She's this white lady. Her name is Evelyn Horton. She's claiming to have her name as Amy Hodson. She's on a police body cam. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm gonna play the body cam, and you'll hear her on the internet. This is
and she's written.
You got the wife of the investigator on the internet. You've got this lady on the internet. They're pumping money into Mustafa's case. They're hiring Mustafa's lawyer, and I've got a police officer.
She's written complaints to senators, to the governor, to whatever, as Christine Villa, as Christina Genovese, as Christina Alcazai, all these identities. Well, so we know it's easy for her to lie about her name. She can lie to the police about her name.
What do you mean? I have a phone call recorded that she called Internal Affairs and is telling them why did they falsify Mustafa's case and is identifying herself as a family member. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
okay, well, let's have some context and really understand what's going on here. Let's start with the body cam where the police officer is saying, the officer says, I have an idea to employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money.
Go ahead.
This is Exhibit 52 on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast on a playlist called Police Body Cam Mustafa Al-Jazari.
Yeah, go ahead.
Timestamp 10:45.
I'm going to get a pair of pliers to hold it. Okay. Play them on
10:45
on the body cam. I got you.
And
I just scroll like that. I mean, this is after they found out there's brake failure, there's something wrong with the car.
So they find no alcohol, no alcohol, no rugs. They find there's something wrong with the car. There's brake failure, and now they have an idea to employ into this case.
Right there.
hey, Rob, remind me to tell you I had an idea about this case that I thought we should imply. Imply, is that the word? Employ. It would take spending money, though.
Take what?
Spending money.
Yeah, okay.
Walk through there on your way out. Look at it. These are nice because you can stack cars underneath them.
Yeah.
Pull them out of the way.
Exactly.
That's it. But if you go to 10:15.
Remind me, I have an idea to employ is going to require spending money.
Listen to what Davis is also telling Sermon. He says, did you do anything inappropriate to it?
You see what I'm looking at? Yeah, but it's hard to tell on the camera. Can you shine your light up there for me? Yeah. Hold on, let me get on that side then. Turn that help. Okay, got it. Let's do this. Will you yank that side like you did over here? I'm gonna watch the steering wheel spin. Okay. Yeah. Once again, this arm's new. Okay. Properly fastened? Properly fastened. Okay. Did you do anything inappropriate to it?
You hear that?
I heard that.
I would say they're just talking. But when you have a case that is completely falsified with all this misconduct, all these lies, all these, there's something to these conversations.
What do you mean when you literally?
Let's listen to that again.
Hey, Rob. Rob, remind me to tell you I had an idea about this case that I thought we should imply. Imply? Is that the word? Employ. It would take spending money, though.
It would take spending money. I mean, when you literally have a body cam, and now this person that's on a body cam is literally on the internet with the wife of the investigator that's also on a body cam, is on the internet. And next thing you know, they're talking about money being pumped into this case, that my friend came over, gave you the money. You're on the phone call with the attorney that got hired into this case. My question to this community is, you can reach out to Blake Weiner and tell him, did you talk to Evelyn Horton on the phone?
Well,
did you talk to the individuals that the Commonwealth Attorney Amy Ashworth is using as a key witness in this case? Because if he tell you no, I'm going to let you hear the phone call conversation.
Amar, we know that every lawyer Mustafa gets, the lawyer gets a phone call from a female, okay? And she tells him, watch out. Be careful of this case. Who is this person threatening Mustafa's lawyers? Okay, we know Blake Weiner was talking to that person that's online. We know that for a fact. We have the recorded calls. Okay? But the real question is, when Blake said he's not going to talk to this woman, okay, did the conversation continue without us, behind our backs? Was this person talking to Mustafa's lawyer, okay, offline while he was Mustafa's defense attorney? And did she give him money?
I mean, look at Blake. Who paid for Blake, by the way? Blake, what's the total invoice of Blake Weiner?
The majority of the money came from that cash. That's who hired Blake. I mean,
right? The majority of the money.
And Blake knows that, by the way.
Okay, so I mean, the question is, what did Blake do when he got on Mustafa's case? He was on the case for almost a year, and he had to do three things. Only three things. He was supposed to reconstruct the vehicle accident, hire an independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle accident. He didn't do that. He was supposed to hire an independent expert to download the SD card off of Mustafa's SD card in the dash camera that the Commonwealth Attorney is in possession of, who her police officer says the audio is there. We have a document in the internal notes that admit the audio is there.
He didn't do
Wait a minute. He didn't do that. He was supposed to put the Google Nest video, the exonerating Google Nest video, that the minute that you put that on the record, Mustafa's coming home. He didn't do that. So the question is, what did Blake Weiner do? Nothing. You sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. I have you on a phone call with an individual that's on a body cam that the Commonwealth's attorney is using as a key witness into the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
So the alleged Amy Hodson.
And she's talking about money. Yeah, I gave them money. What are you talking about?
The alleged Amy Hodson that's talking to Robert Drum is now involved in Mustafa's attorney. And she's pumping money. But it's not her money.
What did the officer say? I have an idea to employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money.
You know, I'd like to know what Robert Davis's IRS tax filing looks like for that year. What kind of money did he pump into this case? And what kind of ideas are these officers employing? I mean, you're supposed to be sitting there. You're entrusted with investigating a case. Your job is to find the facts and report them to the prosecutor's office. But yet you're here cherry picking information to give to the prosecutor, deleting evidence, tampering with witnesses. Okay, and your job is not that. Your job is to find facts and give it to the prosecutor.
Mohammed, this is the moment of panic when the police mechanic inspects the vehicle and find brake failure. I mean, the moment of panic. And then after they find brake failure, he goes to the other officer and says, I have an idea to employ into this case, but it's going to require spending money. So no alcohol, no rugs. You find brake failure. You weaponize the children. Now you have an idea to pump money into this case. Doing what exactly? Oh, hiring Mustafa's attorney?
I mean, isn't this the job of Internal Affairs, Chief Newsham? If you're listening, your officers are pumping money into a case offline. I mean, your officers are actively tampering with a case. actively tampering with the case and putting their own money into this case. Who are you paying? Who are you paying in this case? Did you pay witnesses to come forward? Alleged witnesses to come forward to claim they know Mustafa, to claim they've seen abuse and this and that. Where are all these people coming from? It's like a bunch of roaches. They just come out of nowhere.
Well, we know every body cam that you open. I've already leaked
But
the
they've
body
already
cams.
disqualified themselves.
They're telling you we're not witnesses.
By the way, the only reason we
But the prosecutor in court says I have those witnesses. Those are my witnesses.
She could say that before, but
not anymore.
The only reason you can come here today and say all these people are disqualified as witnesses is because you stole these videos from the prosecutor's office.
I have the body cams. I've leaked them on the internet.
Otherwise, you don't know that these people said, I don't know Mustafa. I was never there. I live in 3 hours away. I live in Locust Grove. I live in another state. You don't know that until you were able to get a hold of these videos. And these videos, by the way, every lawyer Mustafa had these videos. So they could automatically go to court and say to the judge, Your Honor, her witnesses are disqualified. They've all said they don't know Mustafa, but none of them did. So far, none of them have gone to court and said, these witnesses are liars. They've already admitted on body cam they don't know Mustafa, that they were never there. Matter of fact, they even say they don't know Dorothy, the kids, or Mustafa. They're not involved in these children's life. But yet the prosecutor is sending out subpoenas to these people because at the time, you didn't have these videos.
Mohammed,
what you don't know does not exist.
Let's be honest. In a bond motion, the prosecutor is saying that Mustafa premeditated this, that Mustafa forced Dorothy, Empress on that day, that Mustafa forced the boys to stay home. Why did Blake Weiner not just come out and release the home video where you see on the home video that Dorothy is asking Empress to go with her? It's Dorothy's idea that wants to go. I mean, these home videos, Dorothy's the one that's asking the boys to go, and they say we don't want to go anywhere. Why did the lawyer not introduce the home videos that will immediately disqualify her theory that this is premeditated?
I mean, that's true. Why did the lawyer not question where are the other 21 gigabytes?
Wait, are we talking about the same? Are we talking about the same videos that are on Mustafa's cell phone that the police department is in possession of? That they went through and they have them, and then when you went to the Commonwealth Attorney to provide her those Google Nest videos, she threatened you with the sheriff office.
You know,
she doesn't want to look at the videos because the minute she looks at them, is going to disqualify and not allow her prosecutor to say whatever she wants in court.
You know what I find really interesting is when Casey Stevens was on this case, he continuously asked us one question. We're giving him Google Nest home videos. We're telling him we logged into Mustafa's iCloud and we obtained these videos from his Google Drive. Okay? And the question he kept asking is, do you have a copy of the dash cam? Do you have a copy of the dash cam?
Because at the time they were sealed.
Look, looking at the body cams, we know where that question was coming from. Robert Drum continuously asked Casey Stevens if this dash cam is on a cloud somewhere.
What do you mean? I have a body cam where Robert Drum contacts Rexon, and he's not concerned. He's not concerned about the audio that they keep saying that is missing, even though their internal note says they have the audio. He asked Rexon, is it possible that this dash camera is on the cloud somewhere?
That's his question.
That's on a body cam. That's all he asked.
Okay. So
that's all he's worried about.
You know, and I'll tell you, I remember when the FBI came here to investigate.
You're talking about Special Agent Lindsay Coulter with the Manassas Field Office.
Samantha Adams, when they came to our home to investigate, they're allegedly from the Civil Rights Division. They're investigating the beating of Mustafa, the SA that happened inside the jail. And, you know, one question that I find really interesting from that conversation with the FBI, they're also asking us, is this dash camera on the cloud somewhere? Why would the FBI be interested in the dash camera?
What specifically did she tell you? She said, anything you tell me, I'm going to have to tell the Commonwealth Attorney.
At the end of the conversation, she says, anything you provide me, I'm going to be forced to supply that to the Commonwealth Attorney.
So why didn't she supply her with the home videos?
Why did she not give her the home video? I mean, I gave the FBI the home videos. Why did they not?
Oh, the same FBI that tipped off the jail. Next thing you know, Mustafa's window was covered.
Yeah.
The same FBI that we have the internal notes that is telling the FBI, telling the local jail, we're not investigating anything.
Think about it. Why are all these entities, whether it's Robert Drum, the liar, Chad Mason, Casey Stevens, we know Casey Stevens is just mimicking what Robert Drum wants. Robert Drum specifically calls Rexing, not about the audio. He doesn't say, hey, I have a dash cam here that's missing audio. He doesn't say that. He says, is this video on the cloud somewhere? I want to know if there's a copy of this video anywhere else, so that when they remove the audio, they don't want you all of a sudden coming out saying, well, I got the dash cam from the cloud and it does have audio. You're a liar. They want to make sure they cover their bases. And, you know, the reason why I know that is because when you look at the discovery, nowhere in the discovery does it say that the dash cam had no audio. Have you noticed? I mean, there's over 700 pages and not a single page, not a single word says no audio to this dash cam. The prosecutor says it in court, but it's nowhere documented in black and white that this dash cam did not capture audio.
I mean,
and the reason being Chad Mason cut the wire inside the car at the scene of the accident. Okay. And when he plugged it into his laptop, he removed the audio and cut the last portion. I mean, he openly admitted,
what did he say when he got on the stand?
He said I violated department policy. And then he says the wire is cut. You know, there's a difference between saying the wire is severed, it's cut. You know, very interesting choice of words. The wire is cut. And if you look at one of the pictures from the police impound, you see a wire that's actually sliced, cut.
Oh, maybe with his,
and he
just took out his knife and just cut the wire?
It's missing the base. If you look at the dash cam, the little metal is still stuck into the dash
Why
cam.
is this wire not in evidence? So when you can hire an independent expert,
Look,
is the wire cut? Is the wire severed?
Look, if I pull this wire, okay, if I pull this wire out of its metal, you're going to see the base of the wire still there, right? But to pull this out of the metal and then cut it here and say, look, the wire is cut. Well, where's the base piece? Where's the base?
Specifically, when the dash camera was still connected to the windshield, you can see that on the pictures. Do you know what I'm talking about? The dash camera was still
I'm gonna
connected to the windshield. Oh, you have the photo. Even better. Even better. You know, I like the idea that the cell phone is that far, but I can't even see who's on there. I want to thank everybody for being here. If you have any question, feel free to just ask your question. At one point, I want to talk about the videos that are being reposted. This is beautiful. Whether they're trolling the conversation, not trolling the conversation, it's beautiful because you can, through those videos, you can hash out the details. So, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, perfect. You're looking for that photo? Mm-hmm. You know, I find it interesting that the wire is not in evidence.
Exactly.
Where's that wire? Wouldn't you think this is the most important piece of evidence? I mean, when you watch the dash cam, you can clearly see Mustafa's hands. You can see Dorothy's hands. So Mustafa and Dorothy didn't pull the wire. You can see that this dash camera cuts off before the airbag was deployed. So the airbag didn't cut the wire. How did this wire is cut? How is this wire cut? I mean, is it cut? Did the investigator just cut the wire? Because when you hire an independent expert, he's going to be able to tell you whether that wire was pulled, whether that wire was cut. But that wire is not there.
And they're terrified of someone going in to examine this dash camera. They're terrified. They won't let it.
They are absolutely terrified. I mean, it's 2.5 years and you can't.
What does the prosecutor say? She tells the lawyer she doesn't want anybody manipulating it.
What do you mean? Your investigator got on the stand during a motion to dismiss. And what did he say exactly? Yup, I plugged that SD card into my personal laptop. Wait a minute. There's a chain of custody that you're supposed to follow. So that way, the integrity of the evidence doesn't come into question. Instead, you plugged it into your personal laptop. And today we're missing the audio. There's no audio. The dash camera cuts off before impact. The wire is cut. There are 17 frames missing from the camera facing inward. What are we talking about? And the prosecutor tells the defense attorney, she tells him, yeah, I don't want to have anybody inspect this SD card because I want to preserve the integrity of the evidence. What do you mean? Your investigator botched up the whole entire case. While you do that, I'm going to pull up the document, the internal notes from the police department where they admit that this dash camera does, in fact, have audio. And I want to get everybody familiar with Officer Zymus. Officer Zymus is the digital forensic expert for Prince William County Police Department that put in the internal notes. This is Officer Zymus.
My name is Katie Zamus. I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
Katie Zamus put in the discovery a document that says, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sounds. I mean, everybody can tell you what is several. Define several for me. Because you're looking at a dash camera that is completely doesn't have audio. Not the last several, the whole entire dash camera. The sound record feature on the device was turned on. So where's the audio? The device is turned, the audio capability is turned on. And then goes on, which showed that the file did have an audio track. So Officer Zamus tells us the audio is here. It's on the SD card. But the police department wants to come out and say there is no audio. Well, how convenient that Chad Mason gets on the stand.
Pull that up on the screen. Whatever I just said.
Chad Mason gets on the stand. All right, so these are pictures.
You got the full photo?
Yeah.
Okay. Now zoom in on that passenger seat.
You said on the passenger seat? Oh, I mean, you might want to look at it.
Right there. Look at that wire. Do you see a base to it?
No, there's no base to it.
Pull up the other photo I just sent you. Okay. Look at that.
Yeah, where is the base?
I mean, the metal is still connected to the dash cam. Okay. He wants to say that the base came off of the metal, the connector. But when you look at the car, you see the wire is physically cut.
I mean, it's obvious. That's why the wire is not with the dash camera. This is part of the evidence. I mean, you hire an independent expert. They're going to tell you, how was that wire severed? Was it cut? Was it severed?
I mean, you don't find it interesting that they don't go back to the car? They don't bring the wire that was allegedly severed, cut, the wire to the camera that they're claiming is the reason why it turned off?
I mean, when you home in on every angle from this,
by the way,
when you get to the bottom of it, it's missing.
You look at this photo and you think back. You think, what did Mustafa say in court before they went and chopped up that car? Right? He said something was wrong with my brakes. I just had repairs done to the car. And when I hit the brake, the car didn't stop. What did they do immediately?
I'll pull it up for you. I have the.
What do they do immediately? They go and chop
up the vehicle. They chopped up the vehicle. I mean, the vehicle. When you look at the vehicle at the scene, do you have pictures of before and after? You take a look at this vehicle at the scene, and then you can take a look at what they've done to the vehicle. They've crushed and staged the vehicle.
Look at the vehicle at the police.
Do me a favor.
impound.
Send me these pictures. I mean, they took off the roof. They crushed the frame of the vehicle. They're crushing and staging this vehicle. I mean, the vehicle looked completely crushed. So Mustafa tells him there was something wrong with my vehicle. Let me pull up the body cam in the hospital when he's telling him.
Look, I want to make sure there's nothing in your system. So
Here, Muhammad, this is the body cam. So, yeah, send me those pictures, those two pictures, before and after. I'm going to play what Mustafa tells the Chad Mason in the hospital and what they've done immediately after Mustafa's telling them this. All right. While you do that, I'm gonna play the body cam. Okay.
we're kind of confused how the crash happened because according to witnesses, you were going straight and all of a sudden you just made like a hard left turn. You took from another car.
I don't know what happened exactly.
Okay.
You know, my car was really messed up at the shop. But
how long ago was that?
They just got my tie rods installed.
Okay. When was that?
Just not too long ago. I just got the car from a transmission shop because the transmission was out. And then they replaced my tie rods and what else did they replace?
Okay.
Upper, lower. I mean, no, it was like other stuff in the components of the car.
How long ago did you get it back? Like a week ago, a month ago?
I just got it back. Let me see. I'm trying to think what it's like. It's not a week ago.
Like a couple days?
No. I've had it parked for like a month at a time. Like I wouldn't drive it much unless I'm going to the store and coming back, like up the street and coming back.
Okay.
But I don't know what happened.
Okay. So
So immediately,
I found the picture I was trying to send you.
You found it? Okay.
Yeah.
So Mustafa tells him there's something wrong with my car. You want to tell me immediately you go and crush the vehicle? That makes sense to you? Oh, the same investigator. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh. Which one?
The one with the camera?
Oh, yeah. This is the picture. That's the picture you were talking about. That metal piece is stuck to it. That's the dash camera. That's the dash camera. All right.
Look at that metal. Where is the base of the wire?
Where's the base of the wire?
Where's the base of the wire? You look at the wire. It's cut. It's physically cut. Someone cut it.
You go back to the wire itself. This is the wire.
I mean, look at that wire. Where's the base
This
to
is
it?
the wire.
Are you saying the wire is chopped up in multiple locations all of a sudden? That's what you're saying? And you look at Chad Mason's reaction on the scene.
He cut the wire.
Just look at Chad Mason's reaction on the scene when they tell him.
Do you have the timestamp for that?
When they tell him there's a dash cam in this car. He says, yeah, but the wire's cut.
Do you have the timestamp?
I'm hungry.
Do you have the timestamp for that?
That's the most.
That is disturbing. I mean, the dash camera is going to show you exactly what happened.
You look at his reaction. It's an odd reaction to someone telling you. You're sitting there trying to figure out how this accident happened.
You have it?
Did the car come this way or that way? And then someone tells you there's a dash cam in the car. And your reaction after trying to figure out how this happened is, yeah, but the wire's cut. And then your face changes, like everybody's looking at each other like don't talk about it. And then he says, I'm hungry, to change the subject.
Let me see. Do you have that timestamp? Do you know which?
I can get
do,
it for
do you know which body cam, which exhibit? Do you have them numbered?
Let me see.
Yeah, but which body cam is it?
I'll be able to tell you.
Okay.
I think it's number 11.
Body cam. Okay. Exhibit 11. There we go. All right. You have the timestamp?
Oh, it's towards the end.
Towards the end.
Right lane. Go, 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 go.
Oh, it's like all the way at the end.
Oh, all the way at the end.
I mean, it's very interesting that Chad Mason goes to the car, but his body cam is not on for that. You see him go to the car, but his body cam is not on. What did he do? Okay, and I mean, it's odd that he's the one that's dealing with the car, and he's the one in court saying, I plugged in the dash cam to my computer.
Did I miss that?
And he's the one saying that the wire is cut. I mean, I'd like to know what he was demoted for recently.
Yeah, Chad Mason is just got demoted. Wonder what he got demoted for. Wasn't he on the news on NBC4 as a hero?
Yeah, he saved the cat out of a tree or something.
Yeah, he barged in, took out this little kitten all over NBC4. They blew it out on NBC4. And now all of a sudden he's getting
He's a wire
demoted.
cutter.
He's a wire cutter.
Yeah, it's like.
You sure this is the body cam?
Yeah, I think so.
Kevin Carhart. Kevin Carhart got retired and then all of a sudden mysteriously just passes away. And the police department doesn't want to tell anybody what actually is going on. Did I pass it?
Let me see. Actually, I think it's number 14.
I'm telling you. Yeah,
it's
this is the
number
wrong
14.
body cam.
It's number 14. And I think it's around
I'm still guessing,
1932.
but it only spun. I think that's the
1932.
free tire.
Yeah, actually,
I was just.
it's 1932.
You gotta think.
Yep, this is it.
This is this.
Think about the hit.
Question drop now.
It's immediately knocking this over.
That's
and
all-
then
what's
this
this?
spinning and rolling over.
So that's all the truck.
You got this one coming this way. And that rail comes there. That's from the truck.
Yeah.
You know that.
Well, that gets detached upon fucking
Impact. So you have this one coming. Boom, boom.
And then it's moving, and here's your rear tires.
So it rotates twice. It rotated around then. You gotta think.
No, there's this first rotate up there.
How about cameras? We got any cameras?
So they have a dash cam on the
We got
car.
Target.
Yeah, but
Target's
that's
Target's going to pick up big time.
Is it-
You see what he just said? He pointed at the fourth lane and said that's his first rotate up there. When she struck the side of his car, that's the first time his car started rotating. And he's pointing at the fourth lane.
And then you have Robert Drum marking the third lane.
Watch that again.
You got thing.
No, there's the first rotate up there.
How about cameras? Any cameras?
So they have a dash camera on the
We got
car.
Target.
The
Target's
is right there.
Target's gonna pick up big time.
Is it still running?
I can't. No, the cable's broke. So it could be. I don't know if it was broke before or broke now, but it's broke. I am stuck.
It could have broke before or it could have broke now.
For like Marvel.
I'll get you some food in a minute here.
I can't. No, the cable's broke. So it could be. I don't know if it was broke before or broke now, but it's broke. I am stuck.
I mean, that looks like a normal reaction.
You mean to tell me they're sitting there for this entire time trying to reconstruct this thing? He knows that there's a dash cam. And it takes somebody else telling him there's a dash cam for him to say the cable's broke. He doesn't just say there's a dash cam, but the wire's broke. Maybe we can get the videos out of it. He doesn't say any of that. But what does he say in court? He says, yes, I violated department policy and I plugged it into my computer before sending it to digital forensics. Well, what did you delete off of it? Because there should have been 64 gigabytes of footage. And by the way, when you look
What do you mean? You're talking about a dash camera that cuts off before impact. You're talking about a dash camera that today they say there is no audio, even though their internal notes say there's audio. You're talking about a dash camera that has 17 frames missing from the camera facing inward.
By the way, let me tell you something. You know, when you look at this dash cam, okay, it gives you the year, the month, the date, the file name, right? The file name is REC, the year 2023, 0405 dash, and then it gives you a number, okay? I bought the same dash cam from the internet, okay? And I'm experimenting with it. So the number that comes after the year, month, and date is the file number. For example, if I have my cam recording for a whole week, the first file is going to be labeled number 1. The second one is number 2. The third one is number 3. On Mustafa's camera, it's 131351. Imagine, that's how many videos have recorded. It starts off from 1 when you first start it. And his is at 131,000. You know what that means? That means Mustafa never formatted this file, this camera. This camera has been running for 131,000 files, 1 minute increments. Okay? And if you go back, it actually begins with 131,000. Okay? I mean, that tells you this camera was never reset. It was never reset. Okay? And it ends with 150,000. Okay? So if it starts with 131,000, file number 131,000, okay, and it ends with 150,000, where are the videos prior to 131,000? We know there's more files on this SD card that the police department omitted from the evidence. Even though the warrant was for April 5th, why does it start off at 1 p.m.? And if they want to tell you there's no footage prior to 1 p.m., we know that's a lie.
Well, I'm going to pull up that document.
Because it's 43 gigabytes. The files they gave us are 43 gigabytes, and this SD card is 64 gigabytes. So where are the 21 gigabytes? And did Chad Mason look through those files and decide, this doesn't help the narrative, so I'm going to start at 1 p.m. Because I see Dorothy at 12 o'clock going to her car with 2 of the kids, with flowers in her hands, and she's getting ready to leave. And then she decides all of a sudden that she's not going to go in her car. She goes back into the apartment, and Chad Mason thinks these videos are not helpful to the prosecutor's narrative, so he's just going to omit them. And he thinks that they're so smart that nobody's going to question where are the rest of the footage, and if there is other footage. I mean, we know there's other footage because the police department only gave us 43 gigabytes out of the 64. And now you see, I mean, it's 2.5 years later, and you see all this pushback. I mean, what have you been saying since day one? What has Mustafa been saying since day one? He's been saying, I have a dash camera. My dash cam records everything, inside, outside the car, with audio. Where is my dash cam? 2.5 years later, and we're talking about the lawyer is saying I have to sue the prosecutor to have an independent IT expert come examine this camera. What are they terrified?
I mean, the
Why
prosecutor
are
is
they so
terrified.
terrified?
She's telling him, I don't want anybody, I want to protect the integrity of the dash camera and
We're
the SD
beyond
card.
that.
What do you mean? Your investigator got on the stand and he said, I violated department policy and I plugged this SD card into my laptop. The vehicle, your police department, crushed and staged the vehicle immediately after Mustafa told the investigator, there's something wrong with my car. I don't know what happened. There's something wrong with my car. Now, I want to go back to this image that you're talking about, that the police department started uploading the
By the way,
dash camera.
I sent you pictures of the car.
Yeah.
Before they cut it, right? Now they claim they were getting the.
I'll come back to this image and when they start uploading why is this image so relevant?
They're claiming they're getting the EDR, electronic data recorder, from the car, right? But you look at where they cut this car. I mean, I sent you pictures of you can see the fender. Okay, you can see the car pretty much all around. But I sent you that picture specifically so that you can look at the driver fender. And what does the prosecutor say in court? She says, Your Honor, Mustafa crashed head on into the other vehicle. Head on. That's the key word. He crashed head on into the other vehicle. And you look at where they cut this car. Why would you cut the fender if you're trying to get to the center console? You know the armrest? That's where the EDR is. It's underneath the armrest. That's where the airbag module is, right?
The computer inside the vehicle.
You're telling me, you're looking at that car, you can't reach in there and remove the armrest without cutting the fender of the driver's side?
For those that have mechanic background, you're telling me if a customer comes to you with his vehicle, that he has electric problem with the vehicle, and they have to replace the computer inside the vehicle, you're going to chop up the roof, you're going to chop off the fender to replace that computer inside the vehicle, and then you give that vehicle back to that person with that vehicle being all chopped up? Does that even make sense to you?
You know, I can understand if the car was like crushed in, that there's no access to the armrest.
This is another image from the vehicle.
Let's give another example. Let's say you go to a salvage yard to find an airbag module. You're telling me you're going to have to get all these saws to chop up the entire vehicle to get to that little module? Or would you just remove the armrest and access the module? Why did they have to cut up this vehicle the way they did? And I mean, you have that picture up?
The same one?
Do you have this up right now?
Yeah, this is up.
Okay, look at this picture. I mean, look at the driver fender. Okay? And then you look at the other picture. Let me see where it's at.
I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to have you see it.
I'll send
yeah, send me that picture.
And, you know, and at first, Casey Stevens wants to tell us that the reason why the car is chopped up like this is because they were extracting everybody. That was the lie that they wanted to go with. And by the way, at the time, you have to believe whatever they tell you.
Yeah, we don't have the file, and the file is sealed. You can't verify anything.
There's no way of you verifying what they were doing, why the car was cut up. I mean, you look at that photo. Okay, you look at that photo right there. You look at that driver fender. Why would you cut into the driver fender? And by the way, it's not a clean cut. They've crushed the driver fender. And why would they do that? I mean, there's only one explanation to it. Okay?
I mean, the frame is bent in.
And you don't have to take my word for it. You can just listen to what the prosecutor says. Your Honor, he crashed head on into the other vehicle. They want to say this is a head-on collision. Look at the fender on top and look at the driver fender at the bottom. Why would you cut the fender to get into the armrest? Does that make sense to you?
I mean, specifically while Mustafa is telling you there's something wrong with my car. There was something wrong with my car. I don't know what happened. And then they inspect Mustafa's vehicle and there's brake failure. But they went on and crushed the vehicle immediately after he tells them there's something wrong with my vehicle.
By the way, I sent you the other photo. So for anybody that says this probably was due to extraction, this car is at the police impound here. You can clearly see there's nobody in that vehicle right there. Yeah, right there. There's nobody in this vehicle. Okay? Why would you cut up the driver fender here? Why? It doesn't make any sense.
You're crushing and staging the vehicle.
You're crushing the vehicle. That's called tampering with evidence. Why are you tampering with this man's evidence? Okay, what kind of money are you employing into this case? And why would the lead investigator lie? I mean, he's been found a liar and they say he's been reprimanded, but the prosecutors and the government refuse to tell us what the reprimand was. But they tell us, don't worry about it. It's insignificant. It's insignificant. And then you have another investigator take the stand and say, yeah, I violated department policy. Okay, I tampered with the dash cam that is somehow miraculously missing 21 gigabytes of footage. But you're not supposed to know that. Just take whatever footage we give you and run with it. That's what you're supposed to do.
Let's take it further and count how many frames are missing from the camera facing inward before the camera cuts off. And the question is, why does the camera cut off before impact?
And by the way, you have that Kathy Zimas document?
Let me pull it up for you.
I just want to say one thing about that.
Okay. There we go.
So go forward to the document. What does it say at the bottom? What did she say?
Investigator Davis was advised of the results via phone, and the files were shared using the county network drive. The camera was repackaged and will be sent to criminal evidence section.
Investigator who?
Davis.
Davis. Interesting. Isn't that the same investigator that said, I have an idea about this case that we should employ, but it's going to take spending money?
Spending money.
So she notified him of her findings on the dash cam. And now miraculously, there's no audio. And she says in her document, she says, although the last several videos didn't appear to have audio.
Then why are we watching a full dash camera without audio?
I have a file here. Okay, I have a file directly from evidence.com. Okay, that has... How many files does it have? Let me see. Dashcam, it has 523 files. By the way, 523. 523. You would think if a camera has two angles, one on the inside, one on the outside, that's two files for 1 minute. You have a minute on the inside, a minute on the outside.
Two separate files.
So if you have 2 minutes, you're going to have 4 files, right? Mm-hmm. For every minute, there's a video on the inside and a video on the outside. So that's an even number, right? Why do you have 523 videos?
One of the videos is missing. What's on that video that is missing?
Why is it an odd number? I mean, this camera, by the way, this camera simultaneously records a video on the inside and a video on the outside. And at the same time, 1 minute increments are stored in a file. Every time a minute cuts off, that file is stored into another file. And you have an even number of files. Why is there 523? And where is that one video? I mean, we know there's 21 gigabytes of footage missing, but why is it 523? Who exactly looked through these files and decided, yep, we're going to keep this one, we're going to keep this one, we're not going to keep that one, and we're not going to keep this entire section?
Exactly. What time did they start uploading the dash camera?
1:13.
1:13. Now, you contacted Rexon, right?
I contacted Rexon.
I'm going to pull up this image, and we're going to talk about timestamp 12:21 and 12:21. Now, 12:21, what is going on at 12:21 that the police department does not want anybody to look at? They start uploading the dash camera at what exactly?
1:13.
1:13.
1:13 p.m.
What are they attempting to exclude out of this case that is going to contradict what the Commonwealth attorney, the prosecutor, is saying in court? The prosecutor is claiming that Mustafa forced Dorothy.
Can you zoom in on that?
Yeah, I can do it. The prosecutor is claiming that Mustafa forced Dorothy to get into the vehicle. Dorothy, Empress, 5-year-old Empress, forced the boys to stay home, and she's telling you that this is premeditated. That Mustafa planned this out. All of her witnesses are saying the same thing. Now, every single witness that the Commonwealth Attorney is using is saying this is premeditated. Mustafa planned this out, forced Dorothy. Now, on the body cam, each one say, we weren't there, we didn't see it. They just make these allegations. Immediately, they cancel themselves as witnesses. This is hearsay. Now, here's the problem. The material evidence on the dash camera shows. Now, this dash camera faces inside the vehicle and outside the vehicle. The inside of the vehicle shows Dorothy's van. Dorothy's vehicle. This is Dorothy's vehicle.
Look at that door. If you look to the left of the speaker, you see that door that's open?
That's Dorothy's vehicle.
That's Dorothy's van. And the door is open. Now, the real question is, why is that video not in evidence.com? Why did the police department exclude it? And second of all, how does Rexing have this video? How does Rexing have this video from Mustafa's dashcam? How do they have it? Why is it on the internet?
Well, have Dorothy going into her vehicle and on the last minute decided not to use her vehicle and then go back in, wake Mustafa up, and ask him to take her corroborates Pharaoh's testimony in a forensic interview. Now, the prosecutor is terrified from Pharaoh because Pharaoh says what in a forensic interview? Pharaoh says that it was Mom's idea. That contradicts the prosecutor theory that it was premeditated, that Mustafa had planned this out. No, Pharaoh, the 10-year-old child, tells you, no, it's Mom's idea. She was going to her mother's anniversary.
And that's why the prosecutor excludes him when she's talking in court. She says, Your Honor, I have 2 children, 2 witnesses that will, there's 3 children in that forensic interview. Why would you exclude one of them?
Now, this is Pharaoh's forensic interview. What does Pharaoh say? That the prosecutor is now very terrified and she's excluding exculpatory evidence that's going to show that this is not premeditated, that it's Dorothy's idea. How could it be premeditated if it's Dorothy's idea? The prosecutor tells you Mustafa planned this out days in advance. On that day, he put his girlfriend, the baby, in the vehicle, told the boys to stay home. And now you've got a child that's telling you, no, it was Mom's idea. Mom is the one that told the boys to stay home. Mom is the one that told Empress. And then the dash camera corroborates that because Dorothy is going into her van on the last minute. It shows that she's holding flowers with the children and they go back into the apartment and the child is telling you, Mom asked Mustafa. Mom is forcing Mustafa. And the Google Nest videos show exactly that. Let's watch what Pharaoh is talking about.
We would like to ask Chad Mason, what did you do with the rest of the videos? What did you do when you plugged that camera into your laptop? What did you do with the audio? And what did you do with those files? Why are they not in evidence.com? Why are we missing 21 gigabytes of footage? Where's the other 21 gigabytes?
Mohammed, what is a Brady violation? A Brady violation is when the prosecution cherry pick evidence. You're cherry picking evidence. You're withholding evidence. You're supposed to put forward all the evidence, whether it makes Mustafa look good, whether it makes Mustafa look bad. In this case, they're cherry picking the evidence. Exculpatory evidence is being withheld from Mustafa.
And by the way,
that's going to exonerate Mustafa. This is a vehicle accident. And they're talking about it's a lie to say this is premeditated.
Again, you are not supposed to know any of these files, any of this missing footage exists. You're supposed to just take their word for it.
Of course. It's sealed. The case is sealed, Mohammed.
2.5 years, and you have a prosecutor who's terrified that they have to be sued in order for Mustafa to get his own dash cam that he put in his car. The lawyer has to litigate that in court in order for you to get evidence.
Now, hold on. Your investigator is telling you I I violated department policy. I plugged it in. I plugged the SD card into
He
my
tampered with
personal.
evidence.
You're not, as a prosecutor, you're not concerned that you should hire an independent expert to look at the metadata of this SD card and get to the bottom of your investigator that clearly that says I violated department policy. And here today we have a missing audio, a cut dash camera, frames that are missing from this dash camera. You as the prosecutor, you're not concerned, and you're pushing back on the defense attorney hiring an independent that he has to sue you to look at this SD card. That makes sense to you?
That does not make any sense at all. Yeah, instead, what does she do? She hires a lip reader.
A lip reader. I mean,
and she wants to conditionally admit the dash cam to the jury. Conditionally, which means
Can you explain to everybody what does conditionally enter the dash camera?
Which means the prosecutor wants to go in court to the jury and tell the jury, I'm going to show you 4 seconds out of this dash camera. And that's all I'm going to show you. And I'm going to bring in an expert that can read lips, and he's going to tell you what's happening in those 4 seconds.
So,
and which 4 seconds did she pick out of this entire dash cam, out of this entire 64 gigabytes, over 900 files that should have been there? Which 4 seconds did she pick? She picked out a 4 seconds where Mustafa's at a light.
Do you have the exact timestamp, by the way?
They're talking back and forth, and she brings in a lip reader that says, maybe Dorothy says, I want to get out of the car.
Well, hold on now. If you rewind the dash camera, literally 30 seconds, Dorothy and Mustafa are passing back a cigarette. Fast forward this dash camera, 30 seconds, they're passing back and forth a cigarette.
They're sitting at a light.
They're sitting at a light.
For the next minute, they're sitting at a light.
But if you enter this dash camera conditionally, which means you take it out of context, which you don't show before and after, of course you can bring yourself a bullshit lip reader that's gonna tell you whatever you want to hear.
4 seconds out of 64 gigabytes. The prosecutor doesn't hire an IT expert when her investigator is telling her, I violated department policy. He says, I plugged this into my laptop and I tampered with these files before sending it to forensics. He openly admits it. And he's so comfortable saying that. He's so comfortable on the stand. He tells the judge, when Blake Weiner tells him, did you violate department policy? You just said, did you violate department policy? He's looking at the judge. Chad Mason looks at the judge and says, I don't get it. Is that a question? I already said it. Yeah, I violated department policy. So what? So what? You just tampered with the most crucial piece of evidence, and now the prosecutors are terrified of someone coming into this case and examining this SD card.
Now, you had a conversation with the chief of police, Chief Newsham, right? It's on video. You remember that conversation?
At the jail board.
Now, at the time, Chief Newsham tells you, I'm very comfortable.
This was while they were investigating Robert Drum for his lies. We had already put in a complaint. We had already talked to Internal Affairs. Amy Ashworth had already upgraded Mustafa's charges. And Internal Affairs tells us Robert Drum violated department policy. He lied. He flat out lied. They tell us
we have
that.
it on audio. They tell us he falsified. And we have the audio of the phone call conversation.
What you see in the last part of that video is I'm asking him, can you send us a letter regarding the complaint we made? And he doesn't answer. Okay? But he wants to tell you here that he's so comfortable with his investigator. He's comfortable with the information. And when I show him a picture of the car, he says, is that even the same car? I don't believe that's the same car. I mean, imagine the chief of police doesn't believe that's the same car. There's no way that's the same car.
Let's watch the video.
I mean, that's how far they've tampered with this car, is that the chief of police cannot believe that this is the same car that we're talking about, where they chopped up the fender, they chopped up the roof, okay? And you're supposed to be, and the prosecutor says, I don't want anybody manipulating this evidence. You've already torn into this car. You've already torn into this dash cam. You have an investigator like Chad Mason who openly talks about, yeah, I tampered with evidence, so what?
They botched up the whole entire case.
I mean, look at you now. You lost your, what do you got, demoted?
Chad Mason is demoted. And the question is, what did he get demoted for?
He should be in jail for tampering with evidence, not demoted.
Well, the file is leaked.
I think it should terrify every Prince William County resident that you have an officer like Investigator Davis, who likes to employ his own money into cases, like Casey Fines, who puts out lies about people, watches the murder of Tatiana David and laughs about it, where you have Chad Mason openly tampering with evidence, Robert Drum, who makes up his own lies and thinks he's going to get away with it. You have an Office of Internal Affairs like, what was his name?
Kevin Carhart.
Kevin, whatever his name is.
First Sergeant Sean Shelton.
Sean Shelton.
Lieutenant Spina.
Lieutenant Spina, Paroque, whatever. These people.
Paroque, the spokesperson for the police department.
You should be terrified to have people in your police community like that are openly covering up for officer lies, openly covering up for officer misconduct, and they're protecting officers that murder people, that lie, that falsify. This is a terrifying county to be in.
You know, normally when you say that,
and I'm not saying every officer is bad, but when you rot at the leadership, you know, it sucks for your community.
When you say that, people will tell you, what is your evidence? Your word against the police department. I mean, but today you sit here, you have the file that's being leaked on the internet. When you say there is no accountability, the chief of police just looks the other way. You've got Mustafa in and out of consciousness in front of his and that's what should be really terrifying for everybody. We have hard evidence that this is a vehicle accident. We're leaking the material on the internet that this is a vehicle accident. You have a case where Mustafa gets in a vehicle and you have officers that responds to this vehicle. Mustafa is in and out of consciousness right in front of his vehicle, and you have officers that are putting out a narrative.
They're plotting for him.
They're
plotting for him. He's on a stretcher.
What exactly? He sued the police, and a Mustafa. How dare a Mustafa? How dare you that you sue us? We are the police. You, Mustafa, sued us and think you're going to get away with it. We have you exactly where we're going to take advantage of you. They take advantage of Mustafa being in a vehicle accident.
They want to abuse you. And if you voice your concerns, if you file a lawsuit, I mean, you know, they're going to come for you.
And the chief of police is so comfortable, by the way, when he's talking to you in this video that we're going to play, he's so comfortable because he knows his Commonwealth attorney is sealing off this case. You can't verify it. You can go out there and say anything you want. Who's going to believe you? The case is sealed. Well, my question to the chief of police, Peter Newsham, how does that working out for you, sir, that today this file is all over the internet? And when I sit here and tell you your police officer not only falsified this whole entire case, botched up this whole entire case, engaged in children and abusing those children, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old, in those forensic interviews. And I have the file to prove it. I have other files that your police officers dragged a girl out of her vehicle after putting 50 bullets into her body. They dragged her like a rag doll, positioned her away from the vehicle, only to come out to the news, engage in this cover-up, and say, we found her outside the vehicle.
And you have an Amy Ashworth that covers up for murders, lies, all this misconduct. You have a Commonwealth attorney who takes money from these people. Okay? I mean, I wonder what the community and the chief of police think about investigator Rob Davis telling Sermon that he's going to employ his own money, or we should employ our money into this case. And then you have missing files, you have tampering of evidence, tampering of witnesses, files suddenly disappearing, missing. I mean, Andrew Marghiato, the DC cop that first arrived, it's been 2.5 years, and the lawyer just got that file. 2.5 years. All this pushback, all this publicity about video, by the way, what do you find in that video? You find that the first officer that arrived at the accident scene can hear on his body cam, the music was blasting. It was so loud, you can't hear anything else. The music from Mustafa's vehicle.
But they want to tell you they were arguing inside the vehicle.
I mean, you think about why that video, why that body cam is so significant, and why the prosecutors hid it for this long. It wasn't until we came out with Andrew Marghiato's statement and said, in his statement, he said, I uploaded this file, this body cam, to evidence.com, and we're saying, where is it? The lawyer's saying, where is it? Every lawyer that's been on this case says, I can't find Andrew Marghiato's body cam. And now all of a sudden, after all this pushback, the prosecutor personally sends him Andrew Margiotta's body cam. Why is it not in evidence.com?
Are we talking about two separate files for Mustafa? So you're telling me the server that Mustafa's file is on, they're cherry picking which body cams to upload into evidence.com. So you're telling me every defense attorney is given a file and they're telling him, this is the body cam, this is the file of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
Exactly.
But they're hiding crucial pieces of evidence, crucial body cams from the defense.
By the way,
only when you push back on it, only when the file gets leaked and stolen, all of a sudden you can ask the question, where is that body cam? Where is this body cam? And what's crucial about that body cam with Andrew Margiotta? Is he not putting in his statement that Dorothy was conscious, was alive, and that she's reaching into the back seat? Wait a minute. So you're telling me you've had interaction with Dorothy? What was the last moment between Mustafa and Dorothy? Were they holding hands?
By the way,
do you see how crucial this is?
Chad Mason,
you're charging Mustafa with you're saying that this is premeditated.
Chad Mason says Dorothy was hanging out the window. Yet Andrew Margiotta, who was first on the scene, says Dorothy was reaching into the back seat. Which one is it? And why did you hide Andrew Margiotta's body cam?
The bigger question is, Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital, but yet Mustafa's girlfriend and the 5-year-old baby is put in an ambulance over an hour away to the hospital during rush hour. I mean, every time I talk to Mustafa tells me, why did they not airlift my family? And that body cam that's going to show you what happened. I mean, that makes sense to you? You're going to put Mustafa's family in an ambulance over... The child is the priority. Wouldn't you think you're going to airlift the child specifically when the paramedic were talking about that Mustafa does not have to be airlifted?
Exactly. You see Mustafa talking. You see him talking in the ambulance. Why did you airlift him and not the other two?
Now, the question that asked itself is, did someone mishandle Mustafa's family? Did someone mishandle Mustafa's family on the scene? They failed to airlift. And that body cam is so crucial that it's going to show you what actually happened. That body cam is mysteriously missing from Mustafa's file. That's a question. That's a question that's going to show you exactly what happened on the scene. You've got a crucial piece of evidence that's completely conveniently missing.
Let's go back to the chief of police.
I want to go back to the chief of police. I want to play
Let's hear
your
what the
interaction.
chief of police have to say about Mustafa's accident.
And Mohammed, and the question is, does he feel comfortable today? Does he feel the same way today now that the file is leaked?
Charged with murder while their vehicle is tampered like this, and then the officer lies.
I'm very comfortable with your brother being charged under the circumstances and the evidence that we have.
That's not what you're. By the way, I'll say to the chief of police, that's not what your investigator with the Office of Internal Affairs said to us the day we complained about Robert Drum and supplied him with the audio.
I have the whole full recording, the 90-minute conversation that took place inside the Internal Affairs.
I mean, what is Sean Shelton with Internal Affairs tells us? He says, your beef is not with us. We correct the issue. We correct the mistake, and then we send it to the prosecutor. It's
because the community is going to lose trust with this agency, the police department.
He says, your brother is not being held because of us. It's because of the actions of the Commonwealth attorney. We only update her on the information. And yet here he's saying, I'm very comfortable with your brother being charged with murder. Are you comfortable with your officers employing money into this case? Tampering with a dash cam, tampering with a vehicle, manipulating witness statements, deleting evidence.com footage?
Well, hold on now. Is the supplement report that was put in the Mustafa Al-Jazari file, does it not say, I mean, are you telling me that we gave this audio between the conversation between Mustafa and the investigator, that on the audio, it proves that this investigator falsified Mustafa's statement, that Mustafa never said, I was arguing inside the vehicle. This audio, you give it to Internal Affairs, they tell you we're running an investigation, and then they take this audio, give it to the same investigator that falsified the police report. He put in his supplement report, and in the supplement report, he says He says, I cannot hear the audio. How convenient that the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statement is now talking about, I can't hear the audio. Are we talking about the same audio that was played out on NBC4? What are we talking about? They played a portion of it on NBC4. NBC4 with Julie Carey with NBC4 can hear it. Why can't this investigator?
Sean Shelton can hear it.
Sean Shelton inside the police department can hear it.
Lieutenant Gary Spina can hear it.
Lieutenant Gary. As a matter of fact, he said, I contacted the Commonwealth attorney and I notified her of the falsifications on that report.
I think after that we should hear what.
I mean, you're telling me, this is my problem with this whole entire thing. You're telling me I can wrap my head around an investigator falsifying the police report. But to wrap my head around a agency within an agency, internal affairs, that takes the audio, give it back to the investigator, only to allow him to cover this up so that the prosecutor can stand in court. What did she say there in the bond hearing? After internal affairs came out and sent us a letter that he engaged in police misconduct, she's repeating the same falsified police reports.
She said he was arguing in the
because the report was never corrected. Internal affairs tipped off the Commonwealth attorney. She upgraded the charges to retaliate, and then investigator wrote another report. It's just conveniently he couldn't hear the audio.
Another lie.
Let's go back to what he's telling you. He's telling you he's so comfortable.
And like I said, you can disagree with me, and like I said, you can dislike me, but that doesn't mean
I don't dislike anybody charged with murder while their vehicle is tampered like this. And then the officer lies.
I'm very comfortable with your brother being charged with murder under the circumstances and the evidence that we have. I'm very comfortable.
I'm sure you are. That's why you have the case.
Like I said, you can disagree with me, and like I said, you can dislike me, but that doesn't mean
I don't dislike you, but I would like you to do the right thing. You're off. Okay, let me just hold on.
We have done the right thing.
The evidence was not preserved, sir. I'm just going to tell you before you leave.
I wish you and your family the very best
before you
in this
leave.
endeavor, and I wish you
before you leave. I want to say three things to you. Okay, the dash cam was cut before impact. Okay, Robert Drum told Casey Stevens, the lawyer, he told him he had the audio. In court, he says there was no audio. Number two, the vehicle was crushed. You guys have an obligation to preserve evidence, especially somebody that's charged with murder. You have an obligation to preserve the evidence. It hasn't been preserved.
And all this
number
information
three,
can come out and
sir. Number three, your officer flat out lied. He has it on his body cam recorded, and you refused to fix the issue. He lied on the report based on that conversation.
That is your opinion.
That's not my opinion. That's a fact. I got a letter from you. I have a letter from you.
He said, it's your opinion. Well, today, Chief of Police Peter Newsham, I have your file. So it's no longer my opinion because I'm leaking this file and the community gets to watch what your police officers under your watch is doing to Mustafa Al-Jazari.
This is what they hide behind. That this is internal. You're not allowed to see what we're doing behind closed doors. This is administrative. It's minor. Don't worry about it. Just go on about your day.
What do you mean? The prosecutor is litigating in court that Mustafa told the investigator that he was arguing inside the car. When the audio proved that he never said that.
Today we have the files. We can clearly see that the dash cam is tampered with. The audio is missing. Files are missing. Witnesses are being tampered with. And this whole case is bullshit. This whole case is shit. I mean, you look at this entire case. At every turn, you have an officer doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. At every turn, you have a body cam that should be there, but it's not there.
I'll tell you what's really disturbing is when you watch this video, you see in the background, there is a journalist from our local paper, Prince William Times, right? Is it Prince William Times? Prince William Times.
Share music.
Share music. Now, she's here. She's watching you talk to the chief of police. And now these body cams are being leaked. Where is our local paper?
They're paid and bought. By the prosecutor, by Amy Ashworth. I mean, they're not going to put a hit job on her. Obviously, they're not going to report the truth because she goes outside. She doesn't question about anything.
This is sheer music.
She starts kissing his ass.
I'm going to fast forward real quick.
She starts kissing his ass about what a great job he's doing. What a nice.
Here, let's watch the video. Yeah, exactly. She's building a report. She's going to report on anything convenient for the police department.
She's like, I want to be the next Julie Carey for you. I want to be like Julie Carey. How does she have so much access and how does she suck up to you so much? That's what I want to be.
Well, I'll tell you, with this leak Julie Carey is in trouble. I mean, she put out the story, and now you got all the, what she's hoping, what she's counting on, and what she's hoping that our social media platform is censored. You don't have anybody that's going to report on it. This community is not going to see anything, and that's what she's hoping. I mean, this information is getting out. These body cams are being watched. Everybody is going back to NBC4, typing up Mustafa's name. They're listening to Julie Carey. They're matching up with the body cam. They're reading the document, and it's not matching up. And Julie Carey's credibility is shot. I mean, she has to come out. She has an obligation. She reported on the story. She ran with the narrative out of the police department.
I mean, she put the brother on national television.
That's the best part. She put that.
Okay.
You put the brother on the news telling you it's an open and shut case. My sister was on the phone, and her friend is telling her Mustafa's crashing the vehicle on purpose. What do you mean? I've got a body cam, Muhammad. I've got a body cam.
But she tells you you're not an official source.
I am not an official source.
But yeah, you gotta put the brother.
But the brother who doesn't know,
who lives in another state, wants to tell you that Dorothy was on the phone as this was happening. You put that on national television, but you are not an official source.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
You have the body cam. She says, "Well, I can't verify that these are real body cams."
Oh, how about this?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I've got a really good idea. Hey, I'm about to. I'm gonna.
No, man, don't do it. Don't do it.
Hey, I'm gonna. I'm gonna
don't
play.
Do it.
I'm gonna play an audio. I'm gonna play an audio that's gonna really piss you off. Okay, it's gonna piss everybody off. That's gonna. And I want everybody after this audio to contact Julie Carey and ask her what the hell is going on here. You're talking to the brother behind closed doors. You're reporting on certain thing out on the media, telling everybody this is what happened. But yet you're having a private conversation with the brother. Let's listen to. Let me see if I can.
Let's take a break and then we'll get back to it.
Actually, that's a really good idea. This is beautiful. This is.
Let's hold off on that.
All right.
Let's hold off on it.
What do you mean? You don't want to play it today?
No.
All right.
Pause this for a second.
Let's take a break. This is not another boring podcast. If you're just coming into TikTok, we're on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer, you're under the microscope. We'll be right back. Let me play a video so that way. What I'm going to play is Kash Patel. Should we? I want to go into Kash Patel and everything that's going on in D.C. Kash Patel, I don't know what our Attorney General is doing to Kash Patel, but he looks, I mean, the way he's, he's terrified. Let me pull that up. Oh, I'm sure you do. I'm sure. I told you not to ask about the goddamn list. You know, you got your account banned. How many times now? 4 or 5 times? What goddamn list? You like this subject? Of course you do. It's a good break from all, like, everything that's going on. By the way, we're gonna pull the chief of police, Peter Newsham, was on the news 2 days ago, and he's weighing in on DC being federalized.
Just left.
You know, I have a very interesting take on everything that's going on, and I want to get into this conversation. It's a very interesting conversation. I would have a different opinion if I'm not preview to what they're doing behind closed doors. But watching what they do, I cannot wait for whatever is going on in DC to pour into Prince William County. I'm out here holding podcasts in front of the Department of Justice just so Pam Bondi can look at Amy Ashworth and this police department. And here I have an answer to a prayer that, hey, we're going to federalize this police department. So now you're talking about, hey, this police department, what? Answers directly to you, Pam Bondi? You can't ask for a better situation. All right, let's listen to the press conference that's coming out of DC.
Wow.
All right, I'll be back. Okay.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom.
By the way, Kash Patel. By the way, when Kash Patel takes the podium, listen to what he says and look at how President Trump is looking at him, and tell me that Kash Patel did not read the memo. He didn't read the memo. He's talking about crime is at its lowest. We are good to go. And then you've got Trump in the back. He's like, this is not what we're going with. I'm telling people that crime is at its highest, and we're federalizing DC. And you've got my FBI director is telling people what exactly? It's really funny watching Kash Patel apparently didn't read the memo.
People most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth. Much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, when you take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication. There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace without being shot. As you know, I lost a very good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car. They robbed his car. They shot him. They killed him like it was nothing to it. She was walking to the car. It's a horror show. This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal government and is a threat to America. Really, it's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad it is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. Days ago, a former member of the DOJ staff was savagely beaten by a band of roving thugs after defending a young woman from an attempted carjacking. He was left dripping in blood. He thought he was dead, with a broken nose and concussion. Can't believe that he's alive. He can't believe it. In June, a 21-year-old congressional intern was tragically killed after being hit by a stray bullet in a drive-by shooting. A former Trump administration official named Mike Gill, fantastic person, was murdered last year in cold blood in a carjacking blocks away from the White House. We all knew him. Great person. Waiting for his wife as she was walking to the car. A Democrat congressman was also carjacked at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. And in 2023, an aide to Senator Rand Paul was stabbed in the chest and head by a demented lunatic as he walked down the street, just absolutely for no reason. Horrifically, last July 4th weekend, a 3-year-old girl was shot in the head and killed while sitting in a car near the Capitol. It's becoming a situation of complete and total lawlessness. And we're getting rid of the slums, too. We have slums here. We're getting rid of them. I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live. Caravans of mass youth rampage through city streets at all times of the day. There are ATVs, motorbikes. They travel pretty well. Entire neighborhoods are now under emergency curfews. Just this past weekend, gunfire went through, and you saw that, the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against law. See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any search. So and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it. They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago. I mean, bad politicians started it, bad leadership started it, but that was the one thing that's central, no cash bail. Somebody murders somebody and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody. We're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime, totally weak on crime. They don't know why. They want to stop because they get mugged too. But we're going to change no cash bail. We're going to change the statute and get rid of some of the other things. And we'll count on the Republicans in Congress and Senate to vote. We have the majority, so we'll vote. We don't have a big majority, but we've gotten everything, including the great, big, beautiful bill. Got that done, and that's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to people in this country. They're starting to figure it out, how good it is. Biggest tax cut in history. So many things. But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people, I'll get it passed. We'll get it passed with the Republicans. Probably won't get, think of this, probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing. I saw the other day the certain gentleman who was a very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it. They said it's an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue. And I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody nobody's ever come up to me, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue even comes from. Never seen anything like it. But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it, too. We have to. Because it's sanctuary for criminals. Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside and standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department, it's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was, but it's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say, we only have 30 policemen or women. He said, we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army. How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago. Sir, they've requested more police.
All right.
Oh,
we
what do
are
they have?
back. This is not
About
another
3,500.
boring
I
podcast.
said
Mustafa through the police
3,500.
body cams.
This
Judge
is not
Carol Weimer under the microscope. If you're joining the TikTok, we're on YouTube under the channel is Not Another Boring Podcast. Now, we're weighing in on what's going on in D.C., and we're asking President Trump, for the love of God, we voted you in, and you told us that you're going to get to the bottom of the deep state by releasing the Epstein list. Where's the goddamn list? On that note, D.C. just got federalized. The chief of police out of our county is on the news, and he's terrified that what's going on in D.C. might just pour into Prince William County. Now, if I wasn't privy to everything that's going on behind closed doors and how corrupt our county, that it doesn't matter whether you're a Republican, it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat. You've got so much corruption. You've got so much money coming into our county. I mean, our county jail is a private jail. And when you start following the money, you find out how much money this county jail makes. It's a private jail. It brings in $60 million into our county. That no longer matters whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. They're both making. Doesn't matter how much abuse you have in our county jail. It doesn't matter how much we talk about Mustafa getting abused in this county jail. It doesn't matter that you have a pretrial detainees that is deteriorating because officers, guards beat him. It's on a CCTV video, but that doesn't matter because they make $60 million that pours into our county. Now, if I wasn't going through everything that I'm going through and I'm watching what they do behind closed doors, that I've got their goddamn file, I tell you, absolutely not. This is tyranny at its fucking finest. You're telling me you're federalizing our states? But watching everything that's going on, it's an answer to a prayer. What am I talking about? I'm out here. I go all the way to the Department of Justice. I do a podcast in front of the building asking Pam Bondi to look into what's going on in our county. And what I'm getting out of the Department of Justice is your Commonwealth attorney sealed off this case. On the state level, it's sealed. We, the federal government, cannot go in and look into what they're doing. I'm like, they falsified the case. They tell us they sealed off the case. We can't look into it. I'm like, I tell them, the case is falsified. Mustafa's getting beaten up inside the jail. I have other files that they engaged in police misconduct. They tell you we can't look into it. And then, all of a sudden, I have the file. Now I'm leaking it out on the internet, so it's no longer sealed. It's third party. It's all over the internet. What I'm trying to say is that I go all the way into and hold these podcasts in front of the Department of Justice, hoping maybe Pam Bondi is going to look at the corruption that's coming out of our county. And here you have President Trump all of a sudden federalize DC. And just maybe all of a sudden this is going to pour into our county, that our police department just maybe is going to also get federalized. Well, if that happens, I don't have to go into DC anymore in front of the department because that police department answers directly to Pam Bondi. The chief of police is on the news and he's weighing in on what is going on. This is 2 days ago. Let's see if I can pull it up. There we go. Chief of Police Peter Newsham. Now, this is Chief of Police Peter Newsham. He's on AB7. AB7 tells you we are on your side. The question that you should ask yourself, are they really on our side? Because after this interview, I'm going to pull up a specific body cam of a case completely unrelated to Mustafa, where Prince William County police officers and Virginia State Police are dragging Tatiana David after they put 50 bullets into her body. They drag her away from the vehicle and then come out on the news and tell our community that they found her outside the vehicle. Now, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealed off those body cams, but I have them and I'm leaking them on the internet. I wonder if the chief of police is going to talk about this body cam that's all over the internet, that his police officer engaged in this cover-up. I wonder if the chief of police is going to talk about the falsified case of Mustafa Al-Jazari. Does our chief of police care about our community? Does AB7, that prides itself in being on your side, is going to talk about the leaked files all over the internet? Let's watch the interview with Chief of Police Peter Newsham 2 days ago.
Don't roll the throttle isn't just a cool saying, it's a warning. Alcohol messes with your timing, your instincts, your judgment. Ride sober or get pulled over.
Safety news. and we make it a point to talk to our local law enforcement leaders regularly. Safety in your community is a priority here at 7 News, and we make it a point to talk to our local...
Mohammed, safety is a priority for AB7 in your community.
Right.
Safety, public safety.
Enforcement leaders regularly. Today, we welcome back Prince William County Police Chief Peter Newsham. Chief Newsham, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Victoria.
I want to ask you a question first about overall law enforcement in D.C. You led the department for more than 3.5 years. You are now in neighboring...
Yeah, and D.C. celebrated when he left D.C. and Prince William County protested when we ended up with this chief of police.
But I want to get your take on the federal control temporarily of the Metropolitan Police Department by the federal government. When you heard that, what was your reaction?
You know, I've actually been saying this for a while. I don't know how many people are listening, but, you know, back in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, there was a movement to defund police departments. And our city council, who had an excellent police department at the time with an outstanding reputation across the country, great policies, great leadership, our city council made a move at that time, and it's really, really hard to explain, to essentially defund the Metropolitan Police Department. The cuts that they made at the time impacted staffing today and probably will impact staffing at the agency moving into the next decade. What they did was they eliminated funding, which the mayor had put in the budget for staffing. When I was the chief in 2020, we had 3,800 police officers, and now they have 3,100 or so police officers, my understanding. The people who work there are incredible law enforcement officers. They have good leadership, but it's really, really difficult to police a city when you have limited resources. And people forget that the council did it. They did it deliberately. It made no sense. And to this day, I can't explain why they did it. So now that the federal government is stepping in, my thoughts are the department should take advantage of this. Get some rest for their folks. You know what I mean? They'll have more equipment, more officers out on the street. And as long as the policing continues to be equitable and fair for everyone in the community, they should take advantage of it.
Back in 2020, it was unrest across the country, especially in D.C. when it came to the George Floyd protest, Black Lives Matter, where the National Guard was brought in to work with the police department to kind of quell the unrest. What does that look like when police officers from MPD work with the National Guard?
So, you know, we would regularly work with the National Guard for big events in the city. So we had a great relationship with them. They're limited, you know, they don't receive the same training as the police officers, but they can take on duties that free up your officers to do some of the law enforcement work that they can do. So I always looked at them as a great partner. And during those times, they were very helpful to us in that endeavor. You know, people remember back in 2020, those were some tough times in the city with the rioting and all the things that were going on. And, you know, again, I go back to I don't know where there's any sense of reasonableness at the time to cut the staffing of the department, and now they're going to have to, you know, they're going to pay for that for the next 10 years or so, if they're lucky to correct it in 10 years.
Yesterday, President Trump said that 3,100 officers for D.C. is a lot. That's what he was saying, but significant reduction from when you were leading the department. What do you think the federal control could do to boost those numbers that have waned over the past 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to add additional resources. I don't know how long this is going to last. I think by a lot of accounts, it's going to be temporary. So what the department can do is work collaboratively with the federal law enforcement officers, you know, to do things.
Listen, he's worried and he's going to say it shall pass. Well, Chief of Police Peter Newsham, I don't think it's going to pass. I think it's going to pour into our county, and your police department is going to get federalized, and they're going to look at what police misconduct you're sitting on.
Be in places where they can be helpful, free up the officers to do the work that they can do. You know, they talk about the crime rate and, you know, what the state of affairs is in the district. The district has some neighborhoods that have been plagued with violent crime for a very long time. So there's always work to be done on the crime side. And to the extent that they can use the federal resources to do that, I think they should try to take advantage of it.
All right, Chief, anything else that you want to add on this? I know we have some other things to talk about for Prince William County, but your overall thought for the next 30 days.
I really feel for the officers at the department. These are hardworking folks that are committed to public safety. They're committed to their community. This is a tough thing, I would imagine, for them to go through. And the only thing I would say is keep your chin up. You will get through this. Continue to do your work, and this too will pass.
All right, Chief. Yeah, you're at the helm for more than 3.5.
Hey, this too shall pass. What are you so worried about, sir? I mean, if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't worry about DC being federalized, pouring in to Prince William County. Is it possible that you're sitting on police misconduct? We're going to go over a specific body cam once this interview is done. And I'll tell you what Chief of Police Newsham is hiding from this community. Officers dragging a girl like a rag doll after putting 50 bullets into her body and engage in a cover-up, only to come out and say, we found her outside the vehicle. Interesting.
All right, let's switch gears now. You are in charge of Prince William County Police, and there was an abduction suspect that was arrested. This happened in Dumfries. What can you tell us about that?
So that was domestic related, and what I will say is I was very pleased that our officers were very quickly able to take that person into custody. Very, very serious. You know, when you have a domestic situation like that, the officers don't know what they're facing. But in this instance, we ended up having as good of a result as possible. You know, we don't ever want to see.
You know, I wonder why they didn't do a press conference like that when they killed that woman, Tatiana David.
I mean, you would think they would do a press conference. They would come out and talk.
A life was lost that day.
She has a 5-year-old baby that's growing up, and he's going to be asking, where is my mother? And he's going to go on the internet and see that the news is saying that the police found her outside the vehicle. And then he's going to see a body cam where police are dragging her like a rag doll out of that vehicle.
So where's the accountability?
You ask AB7 that's on your side. You think they would ask the chief of police, what about that body cam that's being circling around the internet? But instead, they want to ask about anything but those cases.
Anything but the truth.
An abduction, but we do like to see that you have a police department responds quickly, takes the person into custody, and then we'll just keep our fingers crossed that he's held accountable for that behavior.
Yep, and that goes from police then to prosecutors to prosecute that case. Let's talk about a community fair, something that, you know, police officers are out in the community trying to build those relationships. Talk to me about that.
Yes, yeah, so, as you know, we're just coming off our national night out earlier in the month, and that was a great event out here in the county. I was able to attend 5 or 6 events out here. They were all very well attended. People had a great time. And coming up in September, we're going to be hosting our 5th community fair. We hold it at the Government Center in the plaza out there. We have food trucks, we have live music, we bring our horses out there, we have a dunk tank. It's a really, really fun event. There's a lot of folks that provide services in our community. They come out, they set up tables. So if you're available on the 13th, September 13th from noon to 4, come on out. You'll have a great time.
All right, I got to ask you, are you going to go in the dunk tank?
I'm right behind you, Victoria.
All right. Hey, you know what?
God forbid you get in a car accident on the way.
Okay. All right.
Robert Drummond's going to come out.
Newsham with Prince
Chad
William
Mason's going to
County
take your dash cam.
Thank you so much.
God help you if you get in a vehicle accident.
In Prince William County.
And Mohammed, you know, I remind Chief of Police, he's on the news. You know, what is he talking about? Telling her, our Chief of Police, are you going to go in that dunk tank right after you, Victoria? Victoria, whatever you do. Don't do it. And sir, you are on national television. Now, Victoria, I'd like to show Victoria the next time that she sees chief of police and host him on AB7, she might want to ask him about the body cam that's going around the internet, the leaked body cam of Tatiana David. Now,
with his
on the
officers
news,
laughing,
well,
as a dead body lays feet away from them.
They put 50 bullet into Tatiana David. And the news wants to tell us that they found Tatiana David outside the vehicle. All right, let's watch the body cam. You know, the next time you see Chief of Police Peter Newsham, or the next time you see Victoria on Channel 7, you ask her,
what about Tatiana
What
David?
about Tatiana David? This is the body cam. This is what the news is telling us about Tatiana
An update
David.
now, the New York woman found dead in Northern Virginia after she was abducted. Police say they found the body of Tatiana David Wednesday night beside the SUV believed to have been used to kidnap her along I-95 in Quantico.
She was kidnapped,
Dave
so we killed
Laval
her.
spoke to her family just a short
Does that make
time
sense?
ago.
It's an abductee.
She was kidnapped, so we killed her.
This is someone that served this country for 5 years. Tatiana David. But I'll tell you, the more is it the disregard for her life? Is it because she's black and no one cares about her? Is it Tatiana David? No one cares about Tatiana. I mean, why does Chief of Police Newsham is pretending like nothing is going on? You've got the news telling us that police officers are saying they found her outside the vehicle. You don't have to take my word for it. The news is telling us. Oh, it's Tatiana David, so we don't care about Tatiana David. Well, let's watch the body cam, and you tell me if this is my word against the chief of police. No, I've got the leaked body cam, and the body cam show that Tatiana David was dragged out of her vehicle.
The family of Tatiana
After
David
police
is left
put
with
50 bullet into that vehicle.
many questions. According to her sister,
This is the body cam. You see that vehicle riddled with AR-15 bullet holes. I mean, this is an abductee. I thought this was an abductee. Your narrative is this is an abductee.
Casey Fines is just laughing it up.
Oh, yeah, the same officer that responded to Mustafa's vehicle, he's here.
He's laughing when he says this is drug related about Mustafa, and he's laughing here when maybe he thinks this is fun.
Well, he's so comfortable that his Commonwealth attorney is absolutely going to protect them after they engage in this cover-up. So not only they unalive Tatiana David, put 50 bullet, they drag her, pull her out of that vehicle like a rag doll, and engage in this cover-up.
Right there, they just pulled the driver.
They
right?
pulled Michael Davis. They claimed that Michael Davis came at them, shot at them. There is no gun.
They just dragged him out of the car.
Dragged him out of the car, and now they're going to drag Tatiana David out of the vehicle. What did they do? They put them away from the vehicle, only to say we found them. We found Tatiana David outside the car. This is Tatiana David being dragged out of the car. The news is telling us what exactly? That they found her outside the car?
She was caught in the crossfire. They made it sound like she ran out and was shot by the boyfriend. And then they found her shot outside the car. But here in this video we're looking at that is sealed.
I mean, look how they roll her body around like a pretzel, drag her like a rag doll, and then position her away from the vehicle, only to say, we found her outside the vehicle.
My hands are fucked. They're cut by glass switch. Here, look at me. Get her out here. Get her out. Get her right down here. Hey, get him out. Get ready too.
Can't get her out.
Okay.
The legs are rammed up in there.
Grab her arm.
Can you move the seat up? Okay.
I got the arm
ready.
There's no one on scene, but we have two other people that need rescue. One gunshot wound, they're trying to figure out the rest.
Okay, copy. No injuries.
You're gonna have to stand her up. Yeah, grab. There you go. Watch out, watch out. Hey, help him, pull. There you go. Flip her over.
I mean, it takes you, what, 8 seconds to see them drag Tatiana David out of that vehicle like that? So you put 50 bullets in her.
Grab the pull. Grab the back of her head. I got a leg.
I mean,
All right,
go. And then you've got Officer Casey Fine laughing. I mean, what is so goddamn funny? You're laughing here. You're laughing at Mustafa when he's literally in front of his vehicle and then out of consciousness. What is so goddamn funny?
Good job, guys. Thank you for your help, bro.
You know, I'll tell you something that's really interesting.
By the way, the way they drag her out of the car with her head just flailing, like even if she wasn't dead, she's dead.
100%.
Even if she wasn't dead, anybody that knows anything about medical is that you have to support the cervical spine when somebody's unconscious. Otherwise, you kill them.
No,
that's what controls the breathing, right? So for them to drag her out of the car, it's like they just want to get rid of the body out of the car. That's all they want to do.
Now, when you come out and you talk about that you have files of police officer engaged in police misconduct, and police misconduct is a very polite word to what we're watching here. Mustafa Al-Jazari case is completely falsified. Tatiana David is unalive.
Respectfully,
and
shut the fuck up.
And they've engaged in, a cover-up. Tatiana David is being dragged out of that vehicle, and on the news, they tell you, after they unalive her, they tell you that we found her outside the car. Then you find yourself, when you come out, you're completely censored by the media. We just watched Victoria with the chief of police. Doesn't talk about anything that's being leaked out on the internet. Channel 7, who's on your side, doesn't ask the chief of police what is coming out of your police department, sir. Social media is shadow banned. And then the minute you come out, you talk, you find the wife of the investigator who's on a body cam. You find the supposedly fake witness on a body cam on the internet. And you find this troll who wants to troll the conversation. And then what did they call you exactly? That you now is a threat to national security. Let's watch what I'm talking about. There's a video that everybody's reposting. Let's listen to what's coming out.
Before I proceed with that, I'll leave it there. There are some things that I am looking into that, holy fuck, not only is the family not safe for the community, they're not safe for a lot of people. Oh, yikes.
Like Brittany, like my brain goes to weird places.
Yeah. So before I can confirm, I don't know that with certainty. I would not testify to it in court because I can't confirm that definitively.
Mohammed, you're a troll. You're a threat to national security now.
What is that supposed to be?
This is the upcoming troll that's trolling the case on behalf of the wife of the investigator, on behalf of Evelyn Horton, is now telling you that you are a national security threat, trying to scare people away. Don't listen to them. They're doing everything they can.
That sounds like a crackhead.
I mean, you don't have to take my words for it. It's
like,
either. I mean, obviously,
I don't even know what they were saying.
Absolutely a crackhead.
I don't even know what the hell they were saying. I couldn't understand anything they said. All I heard was yeah.
So you know what I find really interesting? That you were just your average American family. You're a model of a citizen. The best person everything's good to go until you say that the police department engaged in police misconduct and that I have files that I'm leaking out. Now you're a threat to national security. But just the other day, you were a model of a American family. Just your average local American family. But now you're a monster. Now you're a threat to national security. I find it interesting that you want to troll me. Let's pull up some. Let me pull up this. Let's see. I'm a threat to national security. What do we have here? Is this. What did they say about your dad now? That he works for Saddam? That he's a threat to national security. I'm a threat to national security. You are a threat. But yet I have a picture.
I think I'm a threat to their jobs. The people that are lying and falsifying. People that are collecting taxpayer dollars. I think I'm a threat to their job.
But yeah, I have a picture here that you have the dad is at the White House taking a picture with George Bush.
It doesn't look like a threat there. A personal picture with the president of the United States, signed, wishing him best wishes.
I think when they're going to try to troll this conversation, I think you're going to find out that you're biting off more than you can chew off. Let's watch. Should we go a little bit more? Should we take a deep dive into who this family is and what is the background? Yeah. Oh, the father of Mustafa al-Jazari in Iraq and standing behind a very interesting individual. I wonder who that individual is. Could it possibly be one of the individuals that executed Saddam Hussein?
Interesting. I thought they said he works for Saddam. Why would he be involved in executing Saddam?
Interesting.
Something's not adding up.
Oh, he's in an army uniform contracted for the United States. The father of Mustafa al-Jazari is army contractor for the United States. Oh, so when your sons and daughter came back home safe, what was he doing in Iraq exactly? Making sure that your sons and daughters make it home? You know, there is... it's
not adding up.
It's not adding up. When it's not adding up, what is that? Bullshit. I want to go into the data recorder. I think that's... So everybody... before we go into the data recorder, there is one more video that I think this is a good segue into the data recorder. Now...
Is someone trolling the data recorder?
Oh, of course. I swear to God, I was watching this video and I thought it was a goddamn roaster until I looked at the video. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck am I watching here?
Augie, Augie, Augie! The girl that throws dots in the air with no evidence at all. Have you not been paying attention? Do you not know I have the discovery? Do you want to know what...
Muhammad, she has the discovery.
Just to clarify, when you're talking about data recorder, the data recorder...
Who released the discovery exactly?
The data recorder...
I did.
The data recorder...
I released the discovery.
The data recorder is not in the discovery. So, I don't know what discovery...
Well, when you have the wife of the investigator on the internet...
It's not part of the discovery.
This person that so-called pretends to be a witness on a body cam, they're on three-way, with the investigator that falsified the police report, then you start to connect the dots. And then, this video is ridiculous, by the way. She said, I have the data recorder. Mustafa is driving speed limit. The speed limit is 55.
Okay.
I'm losing brain cells here Because you're sitting there telling me I have the Discovery, I have the data recorder, and then you tell me he's driving speed limit? What are we talking about? What do you think I'm out here screaming?
I thought they were saying he was going 77 miles an hour. Even at a stoplight, he was going 77 miles an hour.
That's crazy.
What's in the Discovery? The information from the black box. Oh, there it says the speed right there in the Discovery. Here, let me help you out. Look, it's right there. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it up for a second so everybody can read it. Screenshot it.
Lena, of course I didn't have the Discovery. I just learned about this case. How long have you had it? And you just now want to push out content? Weird. So let's just go ahead and get this knocked out of the way.
By the way, that's an
you
analysis.
You showed O.J. Simpson's book about how he did it. That's completely fine.
That's Drum's analysis. That's Drum's analysis of the data recorder. What I'm going to show you
the interpretation of the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's police report.
I'm going to show you.
Why don't we go into the actual data?
The raw data. The original file from the data recorder. I just sent
video. There was another video that I wanted to. Is there another video? I think there's another video, right?
I don't know. I think you should just go into the file.
Just go into the file. All right. You texted it to me.
It's a PDF.
Oh, I got it. All right. You want to just go through it?
Just go to page 15.
Okay. We're on page.
Can you make the whole page as one? Like that whole page? Can you show the whole page?
Like this?
Maybe if you turn.
Oh, yeah.
Because what I was telling you earlier is that the VIN number is on the bottom left.
Yeah.
If you Google the VIN number, it shows you what vehicle that is. So nobody can really troll this conversation.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, just like that. You see the VIN number on the bottom left?
I see it.
Okay, so go to page 15, and I'm going to tell you what you're looking at on page 15.
All right, this is page 15.
So page 15 is the SUV, okay? And what you're looking at is pre-crash data. What that says is from -5 seconds to -0.5 seconds. So 5 seconds prior to impact, which is 0, you're looking at 5 seconds prior, so -5 seconds. Okay? And what you're looking at here is you're looking at the accelerator pedal in that first box. Percent full accelerator. That's her foot on the accelerator. That's the other driver. Her foot is on the accelerator 5 seconds prior to impact. You look over, it says service brake. Service brake is just by tapping the brake, that means the service brake is on. That means you're on the brakes. And what you see is she's not on the brake from -5 seconds all the way down to 0.5. So imagine how fast a second is.
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
Half a second before impact, that's when she taps the brake.
So then the question is, how are they sitting here telling you that those skid marks that they see on the scene are from the SUV if you never hit the brake?
I mean, that's a good question. She never hit the brake. Look, the data recorder speaks for
they're
itself.
they're sitting there manipulating the data.
Look, and you can see by looking at that box right there, you know, the second column.
Yeah.
5 seconds before, she's 6% on the accelerator, and then she's 14%, all the way down to 1 second, 1 second prior. She lifts off the gas, and then half a second before the accident, she taps the brake. And if you look at the speed on the right, all the way at the far right, she's going 57. Now, the data recorder tells you she's going between 57 and 63. That's the analysis, is that it's between 57 and 63 miles an hour. Okay? So we know for a fact she was speeding.
What did she tell the investigator on the scene? That she was going 40 miles an hour?
She says I was going 30 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
I mean, the what's his name? Officer Matthew Surdam asks her. He says, "Ma'am, can you tell me what happened?" The first thing out of her mouth is, I wasn't speeding. I wasn't speeding. I wasn't speeding. She said it like 3 times.
And then she
I wasn't
goes
speeding.
on and talks to him about, I think at one point she told him that she's on heavy medication.
She tells him she was on heavy medication. She was at the urgent clinic that morning. She slept at, I don't know what time. She only had like 5 hours to sleep. She's a nurse at the Stafford Hospital. She was heading to work for the night shift. And I mean,
I find it interesting.
Regardless,
I find it interesting that her toxicology report is not
It's
in
nowhere
the
to be
discovery.
found.
Is it possible that her husband, being from a dignitary out of Ghana, have anything to do with it?
You know, I mean, I don't know. But all I know is she was going over the speed limit this entire time. She never hit the brake. You look at -5 seconds, she's going 57 miles an hour. You look at 0.5 seconds, which is the moment of impact, she's going 56. 57 to 56. She never slowed down. She never hit the brake.
She never hit the brake.
There are no skid marks from her car. And if you look at the dash cam, now here's the interesting part. You look at the dash cam footage, okay? When Mustafa was going into the opposite lane, there was a car that was closer. It was a Honda sedan.
I want to pull that up real quick because that's really important.
Okay? I mean, that vehicle avoided him. Okay? And you're telling me the Suburban that was right further back and then lane over couldn't avoid him even though she was further? And now we know why. She never hit the brake. Okay? Now, what are we saying here? Are we saying, oh, it's her fault? She did it on purpose? No, that's not what we're saying. But this information needs to be taken into account. Okay? Robert Drum says she must have turned into him. I mean, you're going to pull up this dash cam video. If Mustafa could avoid that Honda sedan that was so close to him, if he could avoid that, he could avoid the Suburban. But the problem here is that she turned into him, and that's why you're missing the steering angle from this data recorder. If you pull up...
I'm going to pull up the dash camera the last 8 seconds.
Okay.
And let's see, there we go. Now, this is 8 seconds before the camera just mysteriously cuts off. The police department tells us the camera cuts off before impact. Now, you're specifically talking about that vehicle. This is the first lane, the second lane.
I mean, look at how close that Honda sedan is to him, and he was able to avoid that vehicle. And the Suburban is in the lane over, and it's way further back. Okay? It was way further back. He should have avoided that vehicle. But the problem here is he did clear that vehicle, but she turned into him. Now, what does that mean? That means he was trying to avoid a vehicle accident. And what does Robert Drum writes in his warrant? He says Mustafa made no maneuvers or evasive braking to avoid a vehicle accident. And that's clearly a lie. Mustafa was trying to get out of the way. Otherwise, why would he not just hit the Honda?
No, Mohammed, I have the investigator.
Why would he not hit the Honda? Think about it.
Absolutely.
Why is he going specifically for the Suburban?
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why not hit the first vehicle that you see?
He clears.
What is he, selective? He wants the Suburban?
So the vehicle that's closer to him, he clears it. And then he gets hit he hits the SUV. How does that? That's not even possible. Unless you listen to what the investigator on the scene actually says. On the body cam, what did Robert Drum say? The only way this vehicle accident would happen, the only way this would happen,
is if she turned into
him.
And not only that, but he says he didn't start spinning out until way over there. He's pointing at the 4th lane. And the Suburban was in the 3rd lane. Mustafa had cleared her into the 4th lane.
All right, that's right.
And in a last moment of panic, she turned into him. And it's clear by the data recorder. She never hit the brake. She hit him at 56 miles an hour.
Stories.
T-boned him at 56 miles an hour.
No, the investigator on scene specifically says, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. I've got the body cam where he's on scene. He says, the only way this would happen is Mustafa clears into the 4th lane and the SUV turned into him. Let's watch the body cam with investigator Robert Drum.
Let me see.
All right, that's right.
Stories.
What you thinking, please?
Trying to find where they spun.
Seems like, yeah. That's a smart play. It's a dead end. Hurts
Because the damage is on the right, which caused them to flip that way. So
And then it finally broke off with Zoot.
So that's her.
They're coming in sideways. Gets popped, rotates.
And she just rolls backwards.
So here's the question: which way did they? Because she comes straight, she hits.
She would have turned into it.
Hear what he just said?
She would have.
She would have turned into him.
Either coming to turn this way, or he gets hit. You turn and gets hit. Boom! Rotates all the way around. Which that crossover is indicative, and goes there.
We're gonna go over what Mason said.
Stories. This is them spitting out. I don't think so.
What class that? Just look at the.
I don't think so.
Their right front, because the AR's down.
Right here, boom, and then
No, so they're both doing 45-50 quotish, right? So the weight difference between the car and this one, especially with the weight being up
you're
front.
definitely putting it over there farther. That's a hell of an impact. Do you see any gouges?
The rims start kicking up. No, you might be right. We'll work our way back.
That's a hell of an impact.
You've seen that where it spins and rolls.
Well, yeah, when somebody hits you, when somebody hits you at full speed at 56 miles an hour, hell yeah, that's a hell of an impact. Okay?
I mean, he just got done telling us that she turned into Mustafa clears to the fourth lane and she turned into Mustafa. Now, it gets really interesting when... Let me finish this video because here Mason also repeats the same thing. But conveniently, how... You have the investigator marking the third lane? What are you talking about? You just got done talking about that Mustafa clears to the fourth lane. The point of impact is in the fourth lane, but you're going to falsify the scene and mark the fourth lane?
That's why the prosecutor, the police are terrified of someone examining the Suburban, examining the accident scene, examining the cars. They don't want this accident to be reconstructed. Okay? He marked the third lane, even though he just said... She turned into him in the fourth lane.
No, it gets even worse when you have this is one of the firefighters is actually putting sand absorbent on the fourth lane on the radiator flush. When two vehicles, the first thing that would happen in a collision is the radiator would flush. The SUV
by the way, her radiator
flush.
Because she hit the back of his car. She hit the back of his car
on the fourth lane.
So that's her radiator fluid.
You see what that firefighter is doing on the fourth lane? He's putting sand absorbent on the fourth lane. I want to go back to what the dash camera shows with that vehicle because that's a really good point. I mean, if you're listening, a lot closer to him.
If the prosecutor's narrative is that he was going to crash his car anyways into oncoming traffic, why not hit the Honda? Why not hit the white van that passed seconds prior? Why wait until the road is clear to go all the way to the other side? When you have nowhere to go, you have nowhere to go at that point. Okay? Why not strike the first vehicle that you see?
You're talking about this is the first lane. This is the second lane.
Exactly. Why not hit that first car?
Why not? That vehicle is a lot closer to him.
It's a lot closer and he was able to avoid it. What does that tell you? He was trying to avoid a vehicle accident. He was trying to go to the shoulder of the other side. And the SUV that you can see there is further away from the Honda.
Conveniently, the dash camera.
How would she hit him? Think about it. How would she hit him?
Unless she turned into, she turned into the fourth lane. He clears all the way. And then you want to sit and charge this man with premeditated? He's doing everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident.
By the way, it's 2.5 years into it. Okay. We've seen plane crashes reconstructed. Okay. Plane crashes with no dash cam, no video, just from simple data. They're able to tell you what the wing was doing, which angle the plane hit, where it fell, where's the other wing, all this information from numbers, from numerical data. Okay? Here you have a data recorder that's full of information, but the police omitted the steering angle from the Chevy Suburban. Why would they do that?
That's the most crucial piece of evidence.
What is so relevant about Mustafa's steering angle and the SUV steering angle? It shows you which way the vehicle was going. And they don't want that information. And that's why, by the way, that's why when the independent expert came up to, when Casey Stevens was talking about this data, he was, the independent expert was saying, I want to extract the data from the computer itself. And Casey Stevens was saying, well, Drum already did it for us. So
they gave him a PDF.
He says, I'm going to give him that PDF. Why would the police department?
Because they want to omit the steering angle out of the raw. You give a PDF.
And by the way, I'll tell you, when you these computers that read this data, when they plug it in, you get the checkbox what information you want. You know, have you ever seen like when you plug something? I know. You check off what boxes you want information to be in the report, and they specifically excluded the data recorder. I mean, you Google General Motors, which is what the Chevy Suburban is, okay, that specific year for that Suburban, steering angle is one of the key data that is recorded in an accident.
Specifically, when the investigator is talking about the only way this would happen if he clears the vehicle, and her SUV turning into him into the fourth lane, and you're sitting here charging him with what exactly? Premeditated? After he just did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident? Can you do me a favor? Can we go into Mustafa's data recorder?
No, before you move on?
Yeah.
I just want to show you something.
What are you looking for?
Just real quick. Let me see. Okay.
While you do that, I'm going to go really quick into the last 8 seconds into the dash camera. This dash camera cuts off before impact. And what we're talking about, the last 8 seconds, the camera facing inward cuts off and the camera facing outward continues rolling. Now, we can count this together. Tell me why. I mean, the police department tells you that this dash camera cuts off before impact. All right, let's entertain that narrative that the dash camera somehow mysteriously cut off before impact. How is it that one dash camera, it's the same dash camera that faces the outside and the inside? You have the outside continue rolling while the inside cuts off. How is that possible? I mean, we can count the seconds together.
By the way,
I'll
just say with this data, if you give it to a crash reconstructionist, they will be able to tell you the force that was acting on the car prior to impact. So when she turns right, it's going to tell you there's a G sensor in that car that tells you there's a lot of force going left or right. And you can see from the data on page 9.
Let me pull up page 9.
Go to page 9. So this is from 10 seconds to 300 seconds.
All right, you're on page 9.
So you see where it says delta V? That's the delta velocity, like the forces acting on the car.
Yeah.
And you can see that the number is really high towards the end. Okay? Now, when you compare, she never hit the brake. Okay? She never hit the brake. And you look at the number from, like, I think 140 seconds all the way to the impact, you see the number really high. What does that tell you? What kind of forces were acting on the car if she never hit the brake? So she's going a constant speed, and then she slams at the very end. So if you look at the forces acting on the car, it should be 0, and then all of a sudden you have a high number. But if she turned the car prior to impact, you're going to have all this force on the car prior to impact. And that's what you see here. You see that high number? That's her turning the vehicle into the fourth lane.
I mean, think about it like this. 2.5 years later, and they haven't reconstructed.
Nobody's looked at the car?
No one is reconstructing
Well, and by the way, why are they
A
not
vehicle
reconstructing? Why? Because the prosecutors are blocking it.
I mean, I have it on a body cam. The body cam showed that the independent expert that we paid $5,000, who has a judge order to inspect the vehicles. What did Robert Drum, the same investigator that falsified the police report, say? He told the independent expert on a body cam, the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, said, you cannot touch the vehicle. You can't touch Mustafa's vehicle. You can't touch the SUV. Wait a minute. You have a judge order. We just paid $5,000 for this independent expert. How could you reconstruct this vehicle accident if you're not touching the vehicle?
Now,
that's on a goddamn body cam.
Go to page 30.
What are they so terrified that they don't want anybody to reconstruct this accident?
Go to page 30, but make sure it's full view like that, so people can see. People can see the VIN number on the bottom left.
You said page 30.
Yeah, go to page 30. That one. Okay, this is Mustafa's vehicle. Okay, and his car records, he has a Chrysler from 2007, and it records for 2 seconds prior to impact. Now, what do you see here? 2 seconds prior to the accident, he's going 55 miles an hour.
That's the speed limit.
Okay, now you go all the way to the right. Remember, service brake is if your foot is on the brake or on the gas pedal. Okay, you look at the accelerator pedal, it's 0. The entire time it's 0. So he never hit the gas.
So why is the RPM shooting up really high?
So you look at service brake, he's on the brake. It says on from -2 seconds all the way down to -0.1. That's impact. And you look at the speed, it went from 55 to 37. 55 to 37 in 2 seconds. Okay, with brake failure. His car was able to slow down, it wasn't able to stop. But he was on the brake the entire time. Now, go to your message and pull up that warrant that I just sent you. That's the warrant that Robert Drum issued for Mustafa. The second one. No, the second one. Okay. Now, what does Robert Drum say at the very end of that warrant?
The accused stated the argument was over trust issues involving a previous boyfriend.
Okay, we've already established that Mustafa never said he was arguing.
There's an audio conversation. Mustafa never said that to the investigator. This investigator falsified.
And the police issued out a letter saying that Robert Drum had violated department policy with regards to that lie. But yet, it's in the warrant. Now, look, now you see why Amy Ashworth was terrified when Internal Affairs called her on that last Wednesday of September of 2023. When Internal Affairs called her and said, we are investigating the primary investigator in this case, Robert Drum, who issued out the warrant. We're investigating him. By the way, you know, if you think like they're only investigating the audio part where Mustafa didn't tell him he was arguing, he put out he was arguing, you can clearly see from that warrant that, by the way, nobody had access to at the time, that he lied about everything. So when Internal Affairs opens up that file with Robert Drum, they're not just looking at the audio conversation that he had with Mustafa. They're looking at everything. And Amy Ashworth knows that. That's why she was terrified. And immediately, the following Monday, she indicted Mustafa so that that warrant is no longer valid, that he's in jail because he's indicted, not because of that warrant. But for 6 months, she held Mustafa on that warrant. And you can read the last part of that warrant. What does it say?
Let me read that real quick. All right. The last part says, numerous witnesses reported the vehicle had not made any evasive maneuvers prior to the intersection, and once past the median, the vehicle drove straight into oncoming traffic, passenger side first, into a Chevy Suburban.
And that's a complete lie. We just looked at Mustafa's data recorder. We just looked at the Chevy Suburban's data recorder. We see that the Chevy Suburban never hit the brake. She was actually on the gas pedal all the way up to impact. 0.5 seconds is when you realize, oh shit, you hit something. That's when you hit the brake. Okay? But for 5 seconds, you're on the accelerator pedal. Okay? And Mustafa's data recorder shows he was on the brake the entire time. So for Robert Drum to say that Mustafa never made any evasive maneuvers to avoid a vehicle accident, going into the Chevy Suburban, when he's on camera saying she must have turned into him, he knows that that statement that he swore an oath to is a lie.
The police mechanic,
Robert Drum, should be straight up in jail.
Mohammed, the police mechanic inspected Mustafa's vehicle and they found brake failure. This is a body cam where they're inspecting Mustafa's vehicle and they find two calipers that did not work, the front passenger and the back passenger. Now, on scene, there are skid marks from the two calipers on the driver's side that actually worked. Now, Mustafa's speed, it dropped from 55 to 35, and there are skid marks. And the way you can tell that there are skid marks, because Mustafa's travel path, you can look at the dash camera and you can see Mustafa. How could you verify that these are Mustafa's skid marks, Mustafa brake marks? Because when you're watching the dash camera, Mustafa travel path, you can clearly see there are no brake marks prior to Mustafa driving into that.
Well, we know the
path.
Suburban didn't hit the brake. We just verified that.
From the data recorder, there is no, that Suburban never hit the brake. We know that Suburban never hit the brake. Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. And then the investigator on scene will then tell you there are no skid marks. Well, why is it that in these body cams, you can clearly see Mustafa brake marks?
See it in the photos that Drum took.
You can see it
of
on
the
the
scene.
You can see it on the photos that Drum took. You can see it on the body cams, and then you can corroborate that with Mustafa travel
by
path
the way,
through the dash camera. That these are Mustafa's brake marks.
His car only provided skid marks from the left side, from the driver's side,
from the calipers that worked.
The caliper that worked, and when they're testing these calipers, they find out that the right side, the passenger side, is not working, and that's consistent with the photo taken on the scene. There's only a skid mark from his driver's side, but nothing from the passenger.
I want to pull up the body cam when they're inspecting Mustafa's vehicle, and they find brake failure.
I mean, like this conversation is not up for debate. The data is clear. He was on the brake, and the Suburban never hit the brake. How can the Honda avoid him and the Suburban not when it was further along?
Mohammed and this mechanic, this is a police mechanic. He's going to tell Investigator Davis to hold a bar, depress the brake, and then you have another police officer on the other end. Turn the wheel, turn the tire.
Pause it for a second. By the way, the other officer is Officer Cruz. Officer Cruz is also recording on his body cam. Officer Cruz is specifically tasked by Investigator Davis to record the entire brake line from the beginning of from the front of the car where the ABS module is, all the way to the back where the rear caliper is. And what do we find in the evidence.com file? There's no body cam from Officer Cruz. It's missing. Miraculously, the body cam that is supposed to be recording the brake line from the ABS module in front of the car all the way to the back, and you can see him in that shot. You can see him holding his body cam underneath the car and walking with it all the way to the back, and that body cam is miraculously missing because the prosecutor doesn't want Mustafa's lawyer to get a hold. What's on that body cam that the prosecution is so afraid of?
Well, when you look at the data recorder, it shows that the RPM is shooting up really high, but Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. Well, hold on. Mustafa's foot showed that it's not on the accelerator, it's on the brake pedal. So why is the RPM shooting up really high? When you're watching this body cam, you find out that they're talking about the motor mount.
The drive shaft is disconnected from the transmission. Okay, so what does that mean? Like for anybody that doesn't know about cars, the drive shaft is what connects the engine, which has the RPM. I mean, the RPM is recording the engine speeds, the revolutions per minute for the engine. The engine is connected to the transmission, which in turn is connected to the wheels. Now, when you push the brake, you're slowing down the wheels of the car. But if the drive shaft is disconnected, which means the engine is no longer connected to the transmission, then the engine has nothing to slow it down. The RPM is just going to go up. You're slowing down the wheels of the car when you hit the brake. But if the engine is not connected to the transmission, the RPM could go up, but the vehicle speed could still be going down.
And that's consistent with what they're finding with the motor mount. The motor mounts, if the motor mount is not holding the engine, when you hit the brake,
shifted forward.
When you slam on the brake, the engine is going to shift forward. And what's in front of the engine? What's right there in front of the engine? Isn't it the ABS module?
The ABS module.
So, I mean, when you have the prosecutor Sarah Sammy, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, Prince William County Police Department, specifically investigator Robert Drum, that falsified Mustafa's statements, terrified that you're going to reconstruct this vehicle accident.
They're scared you're going to look at Officer Cruz's body cam, where he is holding the body cam underneath the vehicle. Davis specifically told him, hey, why don't you record that brake line from the module all the way back to the caliper? He says that in that video. And you see Officer Cruz, he takes off his body cam and he starts recording, documenting from the beginning of the brake line where the module is all the way back to the caliper. And miraculously, Officer Cruz's body cam is nowhere in the file. It's nowhere in the file. I mean, what is it with this prosecutor and police department that every time it's something that's so significant, like Andrew Margiato, which is the first on the scene, this body cam where he's recording the brake line and the brake module and like details underneath the car, it's missing. Why is it every time that something that's so crucial, it's missing? Chad Mason, who went to the car on the scene and tells you the brake line is cut or on before or after, I don't know. Where's his body cam when he went next to the vehicle? It's missing. Why are all these body cams suddenly missing? And why do we have to fight tooth and nail to get anything? I mean, we've been talking for 2.5 years about where is Andrew Margiato's body cam. Okay. And the lawyer had to basically fight with the prosecutor. And she says, it's in the file. It's in the file. He says, I don't see it. Blake Weiner says, I don't see it. Elaine Jarvis says, I don't see it. Where's Andrew Margiato's body cam? It's nowhere to be found. And suddenly the prosecutor emails him Andrew Margiato's body cam. Why was that body cam not in Mustafa's file? Why is Officer Cruz body cam not in Mustafa's file? What do they have a secret hidden file for that only when you find out about something, you have to fight them for it, and then they just send it to you?
Well, now they're in trouble because the file is leaked out on the internet, and now you're piecing out what they're doing behind closed doors. That you know that the body cams are missing, and you're going to ask them for the body cam because if you're talking about a situation that they're going to tell you the body cams are not there or completely deleted, well, you have reports, police reports, that your officer are stating these body cams do exist.
I mean, think about it like this. You stole that body cam, right? So if you hadn't stolen this body cam, how would you know that Officer Cruz was recording underneath the car unless you looked at that body cam? And they're expecting that Mustafa's going to get a court-appointed lawyer who's so tired, who's so weak, busy with other cases. He's not going to catch that. Okay, when the prosecutor says, here's the file for your client, he's going to say, thank you, just going to go through it. He's not going to catch these little things. I mean, we're catching it because this is our loved one. This is Mustafa. We know they fucked around with him. We know that for a fact. It's documented all over the place. When you have SD card files missing, when you have an officer openly talking about tampering with his dash cam, now it's missing audio. Robert Drum talks to Rexing. He doesn't say anything about where's the audio. He doesn't mention that there's audio missing. Okay? You have body cams missing. You have witnesses being manufactured out of nowhere. You have officers saying, I have an idea about this case. It's going to cost money. We should employ. Let's do it. And now you have trolls all over the internet
telling people that Mustafa has
files.
$1 million in legal fund. Do not donate. Do not help Mustafa get himself an actual lawyer that can go and litigate this case. I mean, you've got the wife of the investigator telling people,
by the way,
do not donate into Mustafa's legal fund.
By the way,
why are they so terrified that Mustafa's going to have a lawyer?
The investigator's wife has the same files that you have, some that you have never put online, but yet she has them. What does that tell you? When the Commonwealth attorney allegedly sealed this file off, she didn't seal it from the investigator because obviously his wife is all over the internet trolling it. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about Stephanie Claiborne Drum?
She's posting Mustafa's file all over the internet, taking it out of context. I mean, there's things that are online that you've never posted.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a better question.
So clearly somebody's hands in the cookie jar
there's something
too.
called defamation. If you're out here making allegations that are false, they can hit you with a defamation lawsuit. I wonder why the wife of the investigator, you're telling me the wife of the investigator is not hitting me with the defamation case for 2.5 years. I wonder why that. I mean, her husband, did you know that her husband, Robert Drum, his dad used to work for the police department just about over 20 years? Estevan Drum. Did you know that Estevan Drum? Did you know that Drum grew up in that police department? I mean, your dad worked for the police department. Literally, this police department raised Robert Drum. And now his wife is not hitting me with a defamation. Is it maybe that I have her police body cam and she's on a police body cam on three-way with her husband, pretending to be talking to a so-called witness in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case?
Amy Hodson.
Amy Hodson pretending to be... I mean, this is Stephanie Claiborne Drum.
Be a witness.
I mean, in what world do you see that you're going to go out there, make all these claims against the wife of the investigator that's been there for the department for 19 years? His dad is a police officer.
By the way,
she used to work for the police department as a dispatcher.
Well, we know, by the way, we know they're protecting him. We know 100%.
You're not going to hit me with the defamation lawsuit? I mean,
I'd like to see them try.
I like to see them try.
It's
I mean,
it's a two-way road.
You can't hit me with the defamation lawsuit when I've got the body cam of you being on it on three-way. Let's listen to the body cam. And on that note, we've been going on this podcast for over 4 hours.
Oh, it's been that
I think this is a good note to end the podcast. And what beautiful way to end this podcast is to fall asleep on the voice of Stephanie Claiborne Drum. And if
with her husband, and allegedly Amy Hodson.
I mean, if we've kept you
out
up
of Locust Grove,
this body cam, her voice is definitely gonna lullaby you into sleep. And if you're waking up listening to this body cam, and if you're a police officer with Prince William County Police Department, it's possible that you come across Stephanie Claiborne Drum while she's dispatching for the Prince William County Police Department. And maybe you're going to ask her and her husband, ma'am, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, why am I hearing you on a police body cam in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case?
And what did your husband get reprimanded for?
Do you have anything to do with officer that said, I have an idea to employ
Robert Davis?
Robert Davis.
The same one that interviewed Glenn Ford.
But it's going to require spending money?
And told him, we need you, man. We need you to take this man off the road, off the streets.
Oh, this is going to be...
We need you to get Mustafa behind bars.
It's going to be a beautiful podcast
That's
when
Davis.
we go into Davis, the one that sound with Glenn Ford. It's going to be a beautiful podcast once we start going into
what I find really
the
funny, by the way?
boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend's body
I'll
cam.
just say this. What I find really funny is that immediately after the police interviewed Glenn Ford, when Robert Davis interviewed, by the way, Robert Davis and Cruz, whose body cam is missing, when they interviewed Glenn Ford moved out of the apartment complex.
Him and Tanisha Coleman.
Tanisha Coleman went
the one that says Mustafa pees on his girlfriend. As soon as they've done weaponizing the children for the police department, poof, they disappeared.
It's really funny that Tanisha Coleman moves across the street and Glenn Ford moves out immediately. You don't find that funny? And then the same investigator that's interviewing him saying, I have an idea about this case that we should employ, but it's going to cost money. What kind of money did Robert Davis employ with Sermon and Drum, okay, and the wife? What kind of money did they employ into this case that you have Glenn Ford moving out immediately after giving out his fake testimony?
Well, Mohammed, you've got Evelyn Horton, who hides behind, she refused to turn on her camera on the internet, tell you that my friend came in and gave Mustafa legal fund money. It just happened that she's talking to the defense attorney. She's on the phone with the defense attorney.
I mean, I'd like to know what the IRS thinks about someone claiming they're coming from Michigan.
Can
with
Doha, if you can hear me, Doha.
Coming in with 25 grand in cash.
Did you claim $25,000 on your IRS at the end of the year? Or did one of these police officers give you $25,000?
Either way,
is it the same police officer on my body cam that is talking about I have an idea to employ into this case? It's just going to require spending money?
Either way, the cash that was given has to be reported somewhere on someone's IRS statement, on someone's tax filings. So who filed for this cash cow to bring it in?
Cash cow? Did you just call it cash cow?
Okay, I'm done.
I was gonna we're gonna end on
Drum and his wife.
On Drum and his wife's body cam, and
With the
If
manufacturer.
you're on the internet, you're gonna recognize these two lovely voices. If you're with the police department, out and about, interacting with your fellow police officers, you're at one point you're gonna recognize the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum. She used to be a dispatcher for this police department. So, if you do, don't forget to ask, how are you on the internet? How are you on these police body cam? What is going on here? How are you holding up?
How you holding up?
With this file being leaked all over the internet. You got the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, and Evelyn Horton praying, please don't find it. Please don't find it. Fuck, he found it.
I mean, didn't she start crying when you posted that body cam?
That was interesting.
I'm getting 50 calls and messages about why is your voice all over the internet?
That is
Okay,
crazy.
Evelyn.
Or as a neighbor.
You know, the truth will set you free. That's what I tell Amy Ashworth.
You know, I'll tell you,
Sarah Sammy in
you've
the police
got,
department.
I'll tell you, you've got,
The truth will set you free.
you've got, the Lord himself has his hands on Mustafa.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
Dorothy, Mustafa's
never in
girlfriend.
the history of Prince William County did someone go into their and fuck them the way you did.
I mean, if you want to tell me that Mustafa's girlfriend, Dorothy, and 5-year-old Empress, they don't have their hand on Mustafa, look at the miracles that we have here. The file is on the internet.
Look, never in the history has Chief Newsham and Amy Ashworth and Sarah Sammy been fucked so hard. Okay, they've been fucked.
Chief of Newsham, if you're listening,
And now they have to come out and explain this
I
to
did
the
the
community.
fucking.
I think they have to come out and explain
I've
their
fucked-
fuckery to
I've-
the community.
I fucked this county. So, I mean, I've got their whole entire, and not just for Mustafa, not just Mustafa's file. I've got other individuals that I'm leaking out on the internet. I mean, did you see the look on Chief of Police Bureau Newsham on what is it? NBC4? ABC7. ABC7, who's supposed to be on your side. I mean, he's all over the place. He's angry. He's upset. I mean, does it have anything to do with your file being aired out all over the internet? On that note, thank you for being here, Mohammed. Thank you for being here. It's over a 4-hour podcast. Thank you for being here and doing what you do. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to specifically thank East, Augie, and Greg. Who else? Am I forgetting
I
somebody?
mean, anybody asking for the data recorder, there you have it.
I know I'm forgetting somebody.
You see the data recorder.
Mary Jo, I love you. I can't wait to have a podcast with you. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow in a couple of hours. It's Thursday. It's already Thursday. Is it already Thursday? It is already Thursday. I want to thank Missy, Casey, Bustos, Becky, Shelly. Who else am I forgetting? The mother of Mustafa being here. I love you. Thank you for being here. And on that note, we're going to end this beautiful, beautiful podcast with the body cam of Evelyn Horton and the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, on three-way with the investigator who falsified Mustafa's police report. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa threw the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Dale?
Is this Amy Hodgson?
No, this is Dale.
Okay, well, I got a phone call in reference to a Miss Hodgson. She called in and used this number for us to call her back.
Oh, okay. No problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward this email I got to you right now. Miss Hodgson.
Yes.
My name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Unit. I got a very interesting email from you, or at least a email from Communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night?
Yes.
So, can you tell me what you know?
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take your call.
She knows about the accident. She said it was planned by the husband.
How does she know that?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask those questions.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So tell me how you know, tell me how you know Miss Dorothy.
Okay, I don't know her. I know one of her daughters.
You know one of her daughters?
Her older daughter, Kylie.
Okay.
The little girl that came to the hospital yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know, were you there at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, my granddaughter goes to school with Kylie.
Okay.
The older sibling. I have known about her mother and a little bit about her stepfather for a while now. Kylie was removed from the home. Apparently there's been a lot of abuse, neglect, malnourishment, all that with the other children in the house.
Okay.
Actually, Kylie's mother was supposed to have no contact with Kylie through CPS or DC, I don't know what they call it now, but however, she was still having contact with Kylie. So this is how I'm coming to know of a little bit of this situation. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background of how I know.
Okay.
So Kylie knows a lot about what's going on with her mother and the boyfriend. Apparently the boyfriend is like psycho abusive.
Okay.
And from what I understood was that he was basically forcing the mother to abuse the other children in the house.
Okay. And what? And why? How do we know that?
That the daughter
Okay.
is saying that, and also the neighbor.
Okay.
The day of the accident, he left the other children in the home alone and refused to take them with him.
Okay.
And he supposedly told the mother, "Come on, let's go," and then the little girl.
Okay.
And none of those are his biological children.
Okay.
He supposedly said to the mom, let's, I want to take you and the little girl because he was pissed off at her and the little girl.
And we know this through your daughter?
Through the daughter, her other daughter.
So Kylie.
And the neighbor. Kylie and the neighbor are saying these things. The neighbor knows quite a bit about...
Are you talking about Miss Kim?
I don't know her name.
Okay.
It's the neighbor of the mother, wherever she's living.
Yep. Okay. We've talked to her.
Okay. So, and then supposedly he left the hospital and got stitched up and left before you guys got there and went and got the children. Well, I guess you already know this.
Okay.
That he went and got the children because they were home alone.
Okay.
And got back to the house and he acted like he didn't know anything. What happened? I don't know what's going on. Well, okay, my daughter, which is, the mother of my grandkids, Kylie called me yesterday crying and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. Because Kylie's become kind of like part of the family for us because we know of her situation and we've kind of taken her in as like a step, daughter kind of.
Okay.
Well, then their house caught on fire. Kylie was home alone. Caught their house on fire by accident. So the place that they're living now is temporary housing.
Okay.
Until their house is being finished, supposedly. So that is why Kylie is not with the mother and the other children. But supposedly he came back to the house because he left the children alone and came and got the children and then took them to the neighbors and left.
Okay. So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do we think?
Yes.
Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
And that's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe, is that he has said before that he was going to kill her, and that the day that he left, you know, why didn't he take the other children? And it was just like he wasn't really going anywhere specific. It was almost like it was all intentional. I'm going to go do this and I'll be right back.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
Okay. So
his veering off into the other lane was intentional.
So what you know is through Kylie and the Miss Kim, the best friend.
Yeah, the neighbor, yes.
Okay.
I just know her as a neighbor. Kylie, have you spoke to Kylie?
We have there are special detectives that do interviews with children.
Children, right,
And
right.
they are doing that today.
Okay, good.
So they will get that information hopefully from the children.
Well, I think you're going to get a lot of information you're not going to expect, because Kylie knows a lot about what's going on. That poor girl has been through. These are children that have fallen through the cracks.
Okay.
Or another one that's fallen through the cracks with the CPS or whatever, because CPS is aware. I mean, obviously they took Kylie, you know, from her. The mother wasn't even supposed to be having contact with Kylie. But Kylie would call me and she'd be like, my mom is calling me. My mom wants some money from me. My mom is making me smoke pot. My mom is making me, you know, take drugs. And then she's telling people, look, she's a druggie. And, I mean, all kinds of crazy, just heartbreaking stuff.
Okay. All right.
But I think if you're careful, you're going to get a lot of information from Kylie.
Oh, absolutely.
She knows a lot. She's very smart for her age because she's been through a lot.
Okay. Well, I will give the detectives a call.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kylie and the neighbor is going to have a lot of information. But when I heard that, I was like, man, you guys need to know this, because he did it on purpose.
Okay. Well, we'll make those phone calls, and I appreciate you you taking my time.
Thank you so
okay?
much. Yeah, no problem, because like I said, when Kylie called me yesterday, because she didn't have anybody else. Her dad was at work, and her grandmother is out of town. So she called me. I live in Locust Grove.
Okay.
And my daughter lives in Prince William County, and my grandkids live in Prince William County. And I was getting ready to go, and then I called my daughter. I said, look, you're closer than I am. And she said, Mom, I'll go get her right now.
And that's Kylie Clapp.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay.
And then we'll talk to her. How old is she?
I believe she's had a birthday in October. I think she turned 14 or 15, because she actually celebrated her birthday with us. Not even her own family.
Okay.
She was with us on her last birthday.
Well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay, and Kylie also knows the number to him, has his phone number.
Yeah, well, we have his phone.
Okay, good.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. If you need anything else, let me know.
All right, take care.
Thank you, you too.
We keep this love in a
in the discovery it states like the night before this happened that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this water.
Hey. Stop!
Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let go of the dad.
Everybody push the door open! Everybody push the door open! This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
He would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.
In the discovery, it states like the night before this happened that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this water.
Hey. Stop!
Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let go of the dad.
Everybody push the door open! Everybody push the door open! This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
He would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.
In the discovery, it states like the night before this happened that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this water.
Hey. Stop!
Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let go of the dad.
Everybody push the door open! Everybody push the door open! This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
He would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.